Before we start these proceedings, may I bring to your attention some housekeeping matters. There is no expected fire alarm testing today. Therefore, if the fire alarm sounds, please follow the signs to the nearest fire exit and meet at the fire assembly point outside near Cafe Roma in the Civic Square. Please can I ask that you use your microphone when addressing the meeting and that it is switched off when you are not using it. Also, your mobile devices are turned to silent, please. The meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of subsequent repeat viewing. By entering this room and during the course of the meeting, councillors, officers and any other member of the public are consenting to being filmed and to the use of those recordings for webcasting. Over the course of the next few days, we will receive short presentations from cabinet members, and I will marshal that. Usual offenders will be admonished. And then it's over to members of this committee to ask questions. I will keep to time, and I will apologise should I need to cut short any contributions. So, housekeeping, are there any apologies? I must apologise, but I've been struggling with voice this week, so you may be pleased you might hear less from me as the day continues. Are there any declarations of interest from panel members? No, I'm grateful. Is there any urgent business that I need to attend to? Thank you. So if I do need to appoint a vice chair in accordance with the agenda, and I would like to propose, and delighted to propose, Councillor Murphy as vice chair. Do I have a seconder in respect to that? I saw Councillor Tippett's. So all those in favour, please. That's carried. Thank you very much. Councillor Murphy, would you like to join us over here? Thank you, Councillor Murphy. In the absence of any urgent business, we're on to the first session of this overview and the overview of the council budget. A very warm welcome to Leader Councillor Evans and Councillor Lowry. Leader, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, members. So here we are again. Well, not we. I mean, we haven't done this for 2 years. So if I go slightly over time, Councillor Darcy, please forgive me. It's just the lack of practice. I think actually, you know, technically it's not kind of this time of the year because we're a bit earlier than we would normally be, which is probably a good thing. It'll give us the opportunity to digest the no doubt bounteous Christmas presents that the financial statement will reveal in due course before Christmas. So I think what we know is that although there are no prizes for being early, it does give us a bit of room to make changes and make improvements in the light of that local government settlement. Normally, there's a headlong rush. So I'm hoping by getting all of this work out of the way earlier, we give ourselves a chance to make those last minute adjustments. We are working under a very challenging environment. We've got obviously national inflation, the rising in energy costs, increasing demand pressures, and rising costs in social care and homelessness services. I mean, we heard only the other day that the government were going to give us, give workers on living wage an uplift, which has implications for the council because we have so many workers on it. Yet they're only you know, they're only giving £1 million uplift for what will be an uplift in this council for at least 1.9 million. So we've been underfunded on inflation, and underfunded on wage rises. It's really important. But look, we've got to focus on a couple of really sticky ones for us, all right? Children's services, where that we've got massive increase in costs, not only to demand pressures, but also to the action plan that we've put in place and had to put in place to recover children's services. We've also got, in the light of the SEND report and the action plan of that, we've got the issue around under SEND as well of course, homeschool transport, which is an obligation, legal obligation on us, which is steepling costs. And we've got adult social care, the rising cost of providing that in a market where there are shortages, and in a market where people are struggling to get the care workers they need. You'll have heard the arguments over the last couple of days, the government's proposals to actually create a deeper shortage in adult social care workers by limiting around immigration. And that's going to have a catastrophic effect on the marketplace, and local government will have to pick up the tab. So it's really important to say that the pressures on Plymouth are the same pressures that are on everybody else. The Local Government Association, as you know, I sit on the board of the Local Government Association. The leader of the LGA, the chair of the LGA, Sean Davis, is reporting that as many as 1 in 5 councils are talking about being close to the edge of bankruptcy, or at least having 114 notices. Now, this is an unprecedented state of affairs, and what everybody's saying is that those two demand services, adult social care and children, are seriously, catastrophically underfunded, and there was nothing in the autumn statement, nothing to give us any comfort at all. And this cannot continue. The LGA is saying quite clearly that there's a lot of councils that are in serious danger of falling over. And the situation for county councils who have less wriggle room, because that's all they virtually do is adult social care and children. There was a letter issued today by the County Councils Network that talked about their problems with this. But our problem is we're a unitary, and we're a top tier. So as I often say to my friend John down the road, you know, we have 300 plus services to run, and you know, we have to do them all, and we have to do them all on an increasingly dwindling supply of cash. And why are these services important? Well, they are the nice things, but they're fundamental things. I mean, one of them is growth. I mean, we're supposed to be funding growth. It's not a statutory obligation, but councils do drive economies. And if we don't have the money, if we don't have the spare cash, it's really hard. So it's, once again, for us, it's about priorities. We have to make certain choices. And if we want to drive that growth agenda, then other things have to go. You know, it's just the way it is. But because we're a happy bunch, and because we take our responsibilities of fiscal stewardship very seriously, the Cabinet and the senior leadership team are constantly talking about how we make sure that we, first of all, balance our books within year, but also that we balance our books next year, because that's what this budget is all about. So we're going to have to cut our cloth for a lot of the directorates in order to fund the growth of resources that we need for those key 2 services I talked about. We've got 15, nearly 16 million built in for that, and about 7.7 million for corporate adjustments. Unlike the government, which seems to be struggling on a day-to-day basis, you know, unlike them, we have to do everything on a year-by-year basis. we don't have a 4-year certainty, a 3-year certainty, a 2-year certainty. The only thing that's certain is when the Chancellor or whoever it is doing it will stand up later in December and tell us how much we get for this next year. I mean, it's unacceptable when you think about how fundamental those services are to Plymouth life and to Plymouth families and the people struggling, right? It's just an unacceptable way of running a country, and we have to say that. So that's why we're calling it a draft budget, because it is a draft. Things may change. I mean, who knows? Maybe the Chancellor will come up with the goods and bail us all out. I've been here a while. I'm unlikely to say that's going to happen. But I have to say that, you know, the work that we've been doing means that we're in a better place than some. And that's because, you know, we've been very active in things like raising money from property and investments and stuff like that. Not everybody's in that place. I mean, we've seen some, you know, terrible things happening around the country. I mean, we all know about Thurrock, you know, a district council that had, you know, 25 million annual budget with £1 billion worth of investment gone south. You know, we aren't that. We aren't like that. The investments we've been making, the officers that we've got here, and the decisions that we've made cross-party over a number of years have got us into this place where we've got a bit of headroom, but it's not enough headroom. So all I wanted to say is we can spend a lot of time today talking about the problems, and they are legion, but I think we also have to focus on the fact that we've managed to find some space for doing things and improving things for the better. You know, this budget is about the stuff that people in the locality care about. So it's about having fewer potholes. It's about having cleaner, greener streets. It's about having greener transport. It's about having more homes for social rent and affordable ownership. And it's about green investment, jobs, skills, and better education. So we're kind of aspirational still. Whilst there's a lot of things to worry about, there's also things to be excited about. And so that's why, you know, I think we're kind of feeling very good about this budget. We're optimistic about Plymouth's future. If you think about what's happened when we were in control last time with the COVID, and we did that Resurgam programme, remember that? I mean, it got renamed the Plymouth programme rather than the Resurgam. I don't know why, but anyway. We've got 116,000 employees working in the city. I mean, that's, you know, we bounced back quite well, I think. 6,000 more jobs since the start of COVID. So that's good work, I think, you know. And, you know, there's an improvement in the number of businesses in the city. I keep seeing these surveys that say Plymouth's not a great place to start a business up, you know. 27% increase in new businesses in the city. If that's not good work, if that's not a good performance, you know, I'd like to see what is. So one of the things that, you know, we've been saying it's important to do is to unlock our potential. So, you know, you've heard this year already about the Derryford District Centre being started up. You've heard about the new hotel on Embankment Road. You've heard about Millbay Port improvements with our pioneering deal to zero carbon the port. You've heard about the Oceans Gate development unlocking nearly 2,000 square metres of high quality space. You've heard about our Langage business park developments with 5,000 square metres of space at our Freeport. You've heard about the bid that we've got in any day now. We're hearing about 26 million project for the National Marine Park. And of course, you know, the port strategy, the first time we've had a port strategy for Plymouth, a place with 4 ports, and we've never brought them together in holy matrimony. And that's going to be unleashing our potential too. Of course, we won the levelling up bid, levelling up round 3, brilliant work by our officers there to support the Freeport, to support Millbay Shore Power, which will decarbonise the port probably within 2 years, which would be fantastic. And the National Marine Park, as I mentioned. And of course, getting the UK's first maritime and marine launch pad into the city is a tremendous achievement. We've been talking about catapults for years, and to see this recognition of the skill and our special place is just extraordinary. And that's without talking about floating offshore wind and the potential of that. The Brickfields work we did with Plymouth Argyle and that massive investment there, the EV charging station on Outland Road, and because we've got nothing else to do, we're also refreshing our economic development strategy, because it was written at a time of COVID. It was written at a time of pessimism and uncertainty, and we need now a strategy that reflects the times we are currently in. So we've got a great growth agenda, Chair, but that doesn't mean that we're going to grow without control. So we've renewed our commitment to achieving net zero carbon emissions by 2030. We've recommitted to the UK 100, a network of ambitious local councils who have pledged to lead a rapid transition to net zero, way ahead of the government's targets of 2050. We've set up our own habitat bank, pioneering work again from this council, which which councils across the country are anxious to hear more about. And finally, we're working with employers on decarbonisation of large energy users, and we're going to support the use of alternative energy. So there's big jobs to do. There's a huge job to do, but I think we're doing it in terms of this budget in front of you today. It's a budget that will deliver. It's a budget that's ambitious. It's a budget that's realistic. It's a budget that will keep people safe. What we're saying is, by growing this city, by growing the number of businesses, that's helping our bottom line as a council by generating business rates. So it's the right thing to do. And that protects, at the end of the day, residents from having steepling council tax rises. We want to grow more households, grow more houses, so that we grow more council tax without necessarily having to have monstrous rises. So I commend this budget to you, Chair, and without further ado, I'd like to pass over to Councillor Mark Lowry, please, who's been tirelessly working on this budget since we took over in May, and I'm really grateful to him for the work he's put in thus far.
Leader, thank you very much, and for being so brief as well. We really appreciate it. Councillor Lowry, do you have anything further to add to Councillor Evans?
I think Councillor Evans has very succinctly said many of the things that I was going to say, so I'm very happy, Chair, for you to invite questions.
Thank you both. So members, please, if you would indicate if you wish to raise a question of both the Cabinet members and the officers, and Councillor Murphy has very kindly stepped up to the task of being Vice Chair. So who do we have first? Councillor Tippett.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Evans and Councillor Lowry for the opening introduction. And my question is for Councillor Evans. For residents across the city, it's really important that the Leader of the Council has proper ambition for Plymouth here in the present and moving into the future. So what's your ambition for our fantastic city?
Well, that's a very important question. I mean, I suppose if we have a look at, the corporate plan on a page, I mean, I was reflecting yesterday, day before yesterday, with some local government association officers who came down to facilitate an away day for us, about the speed at which we were able to redraft our corporate plan on a page. And the reason for that is there's been a golden thread going through this council, whatever the political weather, and that is that everybody in this room wants to see Plymouth be the best city that it can possibly be. Everybody in this room wants to make sure that the kids are educated to the best we can achieve. Everybody wants to make sure that older people are looked after and vulnerable children are looked after. But what it's about as well is it's about articulating where you want to go and where you want to be and what you want to be famous for and what you want to be proud of. And so I think we spend a lot of time on that. You know, we do mean it when we say, you know, we want this place to be, as it says, one of Europe's most vibrant waterfront cities, where an outstanding quality of life is enjoyed by everyone. And that statement is really, I think, very powerful. It's the ultimate statement of ambition for the place, but also for the people who live in it. It talks about, it talks about what it's like to live in Plymouth, the livability of Plymouth. And that helps and supports our businesses, right, when we're trying to attract the best talent we can in the country to Plymouth. But it's also about messages to our local population who live here and are growing up. I want the kids who are entering primary school this year to know that there's a pathway to prosperity for them. I want them to know that if they go to school and they work hard, there's something for them at the end of the day in Plymouth. They don't have to move. They can make it here. They can make it here. They can raise a family here. They can be happy here. And that's all a council really should be focused on. It's the well-being of its population. So that's the ambition. We can talk about little bits of how that happens, but fundamentally, it's about making sure that as a council, our drive is to make everybody's life better.
Any supplementary? Thank you. Councillor Riley.
Okay. I just wanted to ask a question about children's services. So we're under scrutiny at the moment and under pressure. And I just wondered if enough has been allocated to children's services. To Mark, please.
So on Monday evening, I've sat with everybody at this end of the table to attempt to answer that very question. You'll be aware that we're under a considerable amount of scrutiny, specifically in this area. Year on year, we've made an increase in the budget, but that has been inadequate more often than not. And every year we found ourselves in a position where, sadly, we've been overspending against that revised budget. So the team for the last 6 months, in all fairness to them, have been working incredibly hard to put an action plan in place to understand exactly the concerns that are taking place in children's services and taking the necessary measures, including a substantial amount of recruitment for social care workers to undertake the increased caseload. And on Monday evening, we sat in a room, the four of us, and discussed the budget specifically in this area, and we've made a substantial increase in this year's budget, and there is the potential likelihood that we will have to make further increases from this draft budget to the final budget. But the deal, as we referred to it in the room, was we are giving you what you need. You have presented us with a plan that shows you've got concrete measures in place to get this budget and this service in a place where it needs to be. So I am much more confident than I ever have been, and I've been a critic of this department for some time because we keep giving them more money, but we keep actually not improving the service. And so, as I've said, there's been an extensive amount of work by a team, and an incredibly large team, I hasten to add, in this area. So my level of confidence is a lot higher than it ever has been. I think I'll probably invite Tracy to make some further comments, if you don't mind, Chair.
And then David's indicated he'd like to talk also. Tracy, welcome.
Thank you very much. We are under a lot of pressure, but actually that's right that we should be under that pressure because we are not doing the things that we need to do for the children of this city. And I think what we've done certainly in the last 9-10 months is take a really long, hard look at ourselves and try and fundamentally recast and rethink about how we're thinking about children's services in the city. And I think we've done a lot of work. We've done a lot of work to make sure that we've got the right improvement plans, and we've got somebody that externally looks at those, our sector-led improvement partner, as well as the DFE, as well as we will have an Ofsted visit early next year. So there's a lot of external scrutiny on the quality of the improvement plans, but making sure we've got improvement plans that really can deliver does rely on making sure that we have got the teams there that can deliver. And I think we've kind of framed the way we think about this. And if we all think about the way in which we've looked at children's services, we have had an approach which is, well, if only they didn't overspend, we could do so much else. And the reality is that the forecasting that we've had in the services hasn't been where it needs to be. The approach of performance and the way in which we really need to make sure that social workers have the right case levels, which enables them to do the job that they came into social work to do. And we know if they can do that job, if they have the tools to do it, then actually we get the right outcomes for our children and young people. So this is not a short-term fix by any stretch of the imagination, and the deal which is around, this is an improvement plan, this is an improvement journey. It's going to be a 3-year programme. It's not going to be a quick fix, because what we know is when we try and fix things quickly, what you do is you whack-a-mole problems back down and they pop up somewhere else. So this is a big programme, and you know, one of the tasks we're going to ask Scrutiny, Children's Scrutiny to do is to also play its part in overseeing that improvement journey, as well as everybody external, but actually we should be masters of our own destiny as much as possible, and therefore our own methods of assurance, our own methods of making sure that we're on track with the improvement plan is going to be really important.
Thank you, Chair. I think the fundamental difference this budget to the one that we set this time last year is not only have we recognised the need to invest into the children's services for all the reasons that we've heard, but the marked difference is there's no savings attached to it for next year. So if you look back, there was growth put into the budget for the current year, but then there was something like 5.5 million of savings that the service were then chasing through. So that's been stripped away, and this is about putting in what we think is the right amount of investment to give them breathing space to get on top of the service. So that's the major change, I think, from this year to next year.
I'm grateful. Councillor Riley, looking forward to this session later this afternoon, so I expect we'll have more information presented. Are you content for the moment? Thank you. Councillor Rainsford.
Thank you, Councillor Darcy. Could I ask the Leader of the Council and possibly Councillor Lowry, talked about having time to make adjustments. A number of changes were brought in the autumn statement to things like the minimum wage, national insurance, which will have knock-on effects in terms of pensions for employees. Can I ask what assumptions you've made on the basis of the announced changes so far in terms of the overall cost to the council and how that's changed since the statement?
Yeah, we have got those numbers, Councillor Rainsford. I'm going to hand over to David because there's some 5s plus 2s minus 1s and so on and so forth, and David's got the exact details who can assist us there. Thank you.
That's okay, through you, Chair. So in the pack that you've got, there is growth you will see under the People Directorate for National Living Wage, which is our commitment. It's been a bit of a bumpy journey getting to where we are today. We modelled initially, when we put the MTFS together, on the OBR forecast, and then of course the Chancellor stood up at the Conservative conference and said, not too unhelpfully, it will at least rise to £11. It would have been really useful if he'd said what he was intending. So we then waited for the autumn statement where we got confirmation that it went to £11.44 from the 1st of April. So this is a draft budget. When we put that together, it was based on the best information. So that was at the £11. So when we had our brief sort of session yesterday, I did indicate that we've modelled what that extra 44 pence is, and it's another 1.9 million that we'll have to put into the budget next year. So that's just stressing, that's why this is draft budget and everything's changing. So that's where we are on that one, if that answers the question.
And that does include pension commitments leading on from the increase.
Yes, it would do, yes.
Chair Nicholson. I'm sorry, please come in, Chair.
Well, Chair, you know, it's important to say that it's great that the living wage is going up. That it's actually the minimum wage, of course, isn't it? It's not actually the real living wage, but nevertheless, it's good news for low-paid workers. What's not so good news for councils is that the government haven't made any provision for that rise that they announced. So they got the applause, but then the people who have to make up the difference is us lot in this room, right?
2 million,
Yeah.
So we've got to find 2 million this year.
Yeah, we've got to find 2 million. And, you know, the uplift that we've been promised, on the radio this morning, the government said, well, we are giving councils 8% increase, right? Which is what they said this morning. Now, that's news to everybody in this room, I think, because nobody knew that until this morning on Radio 4. But let's have a look what 8% increase is, right? It's 8% on the revenue support grant. Now, if you remember the revenue support grant in 2010, when Georgie Osborne came in and little Eric Pickles, right, that we used to get around £110 million a year in revenue support grant.
123.8 million.
120 million. What do we get now?
11.56.
So we've had a 90-odd% cut in revenue support grant in 13 years since this government's been in. And so what that 8% rise is an 8% rise on
11 million.
Which is
about £1 million at best.
Right, £1 million to deal with, and that's without, that was before the announcement about, since the announcement of the building measures. So what we've got a problem, we've got this real problem that the government is being incredibly unrealistic. Governments have always put new burdens on us, right, whichever colour. But this has got to be pretty spectacular, isn't it? Underfunding this increase by 50% on top of all the underfunding that they're already aware of. So we have to make sure, and that's why the Local Government Association are doing it, it's why the County Council networks are doing it. And don't forget, the County Council network, right, is a Conservative controlled group within the LGA. And if they're saying it, if they're shouting about it and raising an alarm about it, then the government surely must listen to them. I mean, we're used to being ignored as Labour councils, but actually, if they ignore the county councils, the county council network are saying clearly today on Radio 4, clearly, they released this letter about it, right, signed by 30 county council leaders around the country, saying that the crisis in underfunding of children and adults is going to leave to councils going to the wall. And we have to, you know, we have to hear that message. And
so, Councillor Evans, I'm very grateful for the context, and it's nice to see you bounce off each other. But I think the question was important. It wasn't rehearsed. Well, it looked like you've been rehearsing that all weekend. I'm incredibly grateful for the context, and we get that message. And you won't have to deliver that again because we've got it loud and clear. But the question was clear about the modelling forecasting we've done. I'm appreciative of the context and the fact that we're not slipping into politicals. Just bear with me, Councillor Evans. I shall not fall for that. I've got a large amount of speakers, thankfully, who wish to put questions, so we'll return to that list. Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Chair. Well, certainly, Councillor Evans, I've received the message, and I think that's probably our first action is to be lobbying government through the LGA to address these matters, because it's clearly very serious that the autumn statement gave an opportunity really to give a whole package, not just sort of uplift the living wage without adequate funding. So I hear that message, and I hope collectively the panel will make the necessary overtures of support with the Cabinet. I wanted to slightly change tack, if I may, because obviously I'm in a different role to that I've ever been before, and actually I think it's important to sometimes look at the weeds, not just the strategy. And I'm very supportive generally of the strategy of the council, and I wish you well in deciding and bringing a budget to full council, because all those strategic issues generally there isn't too much difference between councillors in terms of the overarching desire of moving Plymouth forward, because you're absolutely right, Councillor Evans, we're here for the people that put us in office. So I wanted to talk about the weeds, and the reason for asking to focus on this is that many individual ward councillors, we're not involved in the strategy, we're only really involved from a very local level of representing our individual wards. And what we saw in last year's budget was a reduction in the community grant, a reduction, and it never actually transpired to any opportunity through Living Streets to deliver any very small highway schemes in our wards. And equally, and I'll pick up what I raised with Councillor Larry at the last council meeting around the capital programme and the future years, which include around £11 million of Section 106 monies, again delivering, not essentially, but to a large extent, very small specific schemes that benefit the community. And I wanted to actually just develop this theme, because I'm not asking for detail, but I'm asking for strategy. It is important to try and be a whole council, for those of us who are ward councillors to be involved in the council and to have our role in representing our wards. And I was bitterly sorry that the council last year decided to cut those elements that actually engage ward councillors in their wards. So from a strategic point of view, the first question would be, are you supportive where possible of trying to release very small sums of money, like community grant, like Living Streets, to try and ensure that the most local ward issues can be addressed, because generally, from my experience, they are addressed through those two medians of finance, but also taking matters forward, Section 106, and I'll be honest, I was the cabinet member for a couple of years on one occasion. There's a lot of schemes that really don't progress to in the speed that they ought to, and there really needs to be more visibility and involvement, I would say, in the delivery of very small schemes that cash is held in the bank, and Councillor Larry's report with officers saying that Section 106 money is money that we've predominantly got in the bank, so therefore there isn't really an inability to spend it. It's probably just the ability for the organisation to come up with the people power to implement the schemes. But what I would like in this budget, to give greater credence to those very small sums of money, to give a commitment, I would hope that you would look at whether the 3,000 community grant could be uplifted, perhaps back to the 5,000, but certainly preserved but uplifted, that Living Streets can be introduced, and that you would look to open up our ability to, as ward councillors, to be involved in Section 106 monies on the very local schemes that affect our wards, because those areas do bring enormous benefit to the community, as I'm sure you would know as ward councillors yourselves, and it's a pity that we took a major step back in last year's budget. Thank you.
In simple terms, yes, Councillor Nicholson. The community grant fund that exists at the moment will continue for next year. We will be reintroducing the Living Streets scheme. It will change to a certain degree because it was successful in some areas but not in other areas. So Councillor Coker will be reintroducing that. That's perhaps a question you can ask him again later on this afternoon, or dare I say, Chair, as you are the chair of the sort of scrutiny panel relevant to that, we might want to consider that in our future work programme for discussion. And in respect to Section 106, yes, I think there probably is some room for us to make some improvements, ensuring that members are not only engaged in setting out what they think the Section 106 should be used on in that locality, but additionally monitoring its spend. I know when you asked you a question of me, a full council was able to give you a written response, but we do need to find a better way of improving the engagement around the spending of the Section 106. And once again, I would probably look to Councillor Darcy to include that in his work programme for that scrutiny panel. But in essence, entirely supportive of the comments you've made.
Chair, thank you very much, Councillor Larry, and really for Mr. Jager, if we can, there's a couple of actions there I'd like to capture at some stage. Thank you.
Thank you, and reminding members, if there is a recommendation that you're considering making, we talked about that earlier this morning, by all means have it noted, and then we can review that after each session. Thank you. Councillor Tuffin.
Thank you, Chair. I think my question's to Councillor Lowry. It's around the adult social pressures, which, I mean, I think we all realise and recognise. But what concerns me is historically, the precept in Plymouth's case raises quite a small amount based on the fact that we have so many properties in the lower banding. And what concerns most people, I suspect, is that the lower banding is also the area where people have health failings and do not have the same experience of life financially or health-wise as perhaps the rest of society. So my question is that because the precept raises a reasonably small amount compared to other cities who would have house bandings in higher levels, is the formula used a failure? It certainly is in Plymouth's case, but I wonder whether it is normally, and whether that is an area which we need to look at, because I think once again, as Patrick's so eloquently put it, we need to contact government, because if the formula's failing, and it's you know, in my short time on the council, perhaps a long time, this question comes up year after year about us failing to be fully funded. So my question is the formula failing, and should we be really concerned about it? Thank you, Chair.
I think to a certain degree, Councillor Evans set out that it's already failing in respect of the local government network. You know, just to remind everybody, £142 million is spent by the People's Directorate. That is a huge sum of money for this council. And year on year, we are struggling to provide the services in that area, given the lack of funding that's available to us. But just to put it into perspective, you're talking about the precept raises 2% over and above any increase in council tax. If you were to look at our council tax banding, you know, 84% of our properties are on A, B, and C. We only have somewhere in the region of approximately 40 properties out of 116,000 from memory. You know, 40 properties are in the higher band. So therefore, you're entirely right that 2% is basically being picked up by the poorest people in Plymouth as a consequence of applying that precept. We have no choice in reality, because if we don't apply that precept, as Councillor Evans has already said, we put ourselves in an even more challenging financial environment where we're unable to deliver public services. So it is a regressive tax. It's not a good way of raising local government finance, and the government for a decade and longer has been promising to review social care funding, but keeps kicking the can down the road. So I think once again, I think, you know, Councillor Nicholson made reference to a recommendation earlier on around adequate funding for councils, and the comments you made and the precept need to be reflected in that recommendation, I would suggest, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lowry, and I think it's important that we repeat the message that Councillor Evans, in his opening remarks. Successive governments have not got to grips with funding adult social care properly, and we can go back as far as we like, and it needs to be funded properly, and I think we all have a very joined up opinion on that. So that message is received loud and clear, and that could form part of the recommendation. Before I invite Councillor Bingley in next, just reminding everybody that we have an awful lot of people here who have a serious interest and connection with capital programme and growth for the city. So this is an opportunity to address those items as well. So not discouraging the questions you've already raised your hand for. We can look at the capital programme as well. There are people online as well. Councillor Bingley.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Leader, for the presentation. You kind of said it yourself when you were talking. You almost wistfully referred to Rishi Sunak and the Prime Minister as having sort of a 4-year term, and that gave them a longevity, ability to sort of put in place strategic decision making. We do have that opportunity here in Plymouth. We're one of the few authorities that have annual elections, and they of course cost money. So there was some documentation a few months ago circling around. Not sure if it came out of the Audit and Government Committee, but it did say that we could potentially save £1.2 million by, I think, 2032 if we reverted to 4 yearly elections. Now, I know we've got all outs in a couple of years anyway, but could you, or is there any capacity within this budget to spend a small amount of money to examine where we can go forward with 4 yearly elections, and whether indeed that maths works out? Because it would be a massive saving, it would be an easy win. And I just think it's one of those issues that it's not political, but it's also a budgetary issue. If we can potentially save well over £1 million, notwithstanding by-elections and things arising, then that is kind of an easy win for the city. Thank you.
Well, the work has already been done, actually. It's part of the Audit and Government's review. So we've had that. And of course, the savings that you talked about in the context were I mean, £200,000 sounds a lot to a family, but to a council that has an annual budget of 200 million, it's not that much. And of course, the other thing to balance it against is I know some people like avoiding elections, don't they? I mean, the Prime Minister at the moment, for example, being one of them. So, running away from the voters, you can dress it up as saving money. But the reality of the situation is that the savings that were projected assumed that the pattern of elections was the same over the next 10 years as that been for the previous 10 years. So again, forgive me, threw away the by-elections that we had this year. We had 5 by-elections this year. Now, I know we don't have 5 by-elections every year. I mean, obviously there were some reasons, absent councillors running off to Gloucester for a year, and we had various other things
I'm going to help you out, Councillor Evans, in terms of your response. Councillor Allen,
really, Chair.
Councillor Allen has agreed to bring that back to Council through Chair of her Audit and Governance. But I think the point is recognised that there are savings that could be made, and we wait for Councillor Allen to bring that back. Did you have a brief supplementary? Because there's a lot of people
Well,
that...
Chair, forgive me, I was the one that was asked the question.
I appreciate, but
why are you...
We seem to be
cutting me
straying
off?
back and forth into Westminster. I mean, the question was clear. The benefit of local elections, there would be a positive impact on our budget. You've articulated what that would look like. I think you've answered the question.
But the questions are to me, not to you, aren't they?
Well, if you could sum up, that'd be great.
Yeah, that's great. So, as I say, the exercise that was done before grossly exaggerated the savings that could be made some assumptions around what the frequency of elections and when, and with the coincidence of elections, which affected those savings that were made. So I welcome the opportunity to have another look at it. But the fact remains that the savings that are talked about are actually insignificant in the overall context. I mean, if you're talking about that period of time, when did you say? 2032?
That is, yeah.
Yeah, 2032. So that's 10 years at that point when that survey was done. Over the same period, the council would have been spending 2 billion. So, as I say, in terms of the actual savings, they're not that significant. I think the balance needs to be struck about the cost of democracy. We all know the price of everything, but the question is about the value. And that's why I would raise my point about people who are running away from elections. We've had, I know some people like the idea of having a 4-year term and say it produces stability, but I would argue very strongly that there's no evidence to suggest that the council's been making bad decisions on the basis of the current electoral arrangements. So whatever the A&G decides, we'll have to balance a political argument and a factual argument against a financial argument.
It'll go to full council anyhow.
It will.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Bingley, if a supplementary is brief, I do have a lot of speakers and I'm keen that we get
It is
maximise our
fine.
time.
It
Thank you.
is just to note that can we examine the actual business case for that, because most other authorities have 4 yearlies. So in other words, we would all still be up for election. That's a matter for the record. But can we examine whether there could be indeed more savings? It's just a pragmatic approach, I would suggest, in terms of looking at it from a budgetary point of view, not a political or a constitutional one or a political or anything else.
Thank you. And I understand Councillor Allen is undertaking that work as we speak, but I think we would have a keen interest in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My question's to Tracy. Could you tell me what percentage of the workforce still work from home? Is it cost effective? Is it productive? And do we produce the reports on time? Do we get our tasks done on time? Thank you.
So there is a high percentage. I can't give you the exact figures because most of our workers are flexible workers. There are very few that have. We haven't changed terms and conditions for our staff. So as you know, as a result of COVID, we were really fortunate in that we had made significant investment in IT, and within hours we were back up and running when lockdown happened, which was very positive. We are going to do a piece of work in the new year, which is to look at and review where we are with hybrid working. So I can't give you exact data on who's at home today or who's in the office today. We do have statistics for desk occupancy, and the desk occupancy, I haven't got the figures to hand, I can get you the figures, is relatively low. So, and that's why we need to do a piece of work to see whether hybrid working is now, 2 years past COVID, is it working for us as an organisation? In terms of performance management, if that's a question for that you were interested in, managers have that responsibility to ensure that their staff are performing. And what I would say to you, certainly from the information that I have, is in many cases, staff are actually even more productive by working at home. They don't have travel time. Somebody contacted me this morning at 8 o'clock because they were at home. If they were in the office, they'd be in by 9, just because of roads and traffic and so on. So it is quite a mixed picture. It is something that people either very much welcome, others are not keen on home working. So I think this is a really big opportunity. We've got a new service director for HR and OD, and one of the tasks will be to have a conversation across the whole organisation. What I'm very loath to do, you've seen big organisations say, thou shalt be in the office X number of days a week, and why aren't you at your desk? This is far more complex than a single diktat. And we need to get this right, and we also need to get it right for, for the all our staff in the organisation, and there will be different sensitivities for different members of staff, which we need to understand. As I say, when we went into home working, we took an approach which was workers would be flexible, and it's up to managers to decide when teams are in, when teams are at home, and how they operate to best effect. But we know that we really need to have a look at that because our occupancy in our offices isn't as high as we would have anticipated coming out of lockdown. I think there's also some other sensitivities, actually both ends of the spectrum in terms of people with caring responsibilities that have been able to stay working because of that flexibility and being able to work at home, and that is a big incentive. At the same time, we also recognise that for new employees, that can be quite tricky when you're starting out on your career, and people are on teams and you don't get that team's atmosphere in the same way as you do if you're in the office. So this matter is really complex. We are going to approach it sensitively. We're not going to run at it and make, as I say, diktats as some in big businesses, big organisations have made, because we recognise that our staff really, we'll say all the time that Plymouth City Council isn't a badge and it's not a logo and it's not a building. It's the people who work for us every single day of the year. And so we want to approach this in a very sensitive way, but we will be starting that work in the new year.
Just a quick one, Tracy. When you do that piece of work, can you also make sure that the workers don't actually work extra hours? Because I'm sure we've probably got officers within this local authority that probably work well into the night, which is not acceptable for them.
Chair, through you, I totally agree. Work-life balance is so important to us as an organisation. Switching these things off, closing them down, getting them out of the way, so that people can enjoy their time with their families, with their friends, is really, really important. So you're absolutely right, and that's where that sensitivity comes in terms of some of the work that we're doing around some of the development programmes around things like intelligent automation. How do we use bots going forward to do some of the work that actually is taking up time for our employees? So there's some programmes that we are looking at, we're working on as part of our change innovation programmes that we absolutely want to move forward with to help. And that's about having the right capacity in the workforce. Why do people work extra hours? Because they care, they want to do a good job, but we know the demand pressures in the system are incredibly high. So we do need to look at different ways of working, and bots are one of those ways of doing it. Not chat bots. These are pieces of technology that work very much behind the scenes, doing pieces of work that are quite routine.
I just want to briefly assist the panel, because not only Tracy talked about people, but people have an implication on our buildings. You see reference into this budget about our buildings, so there's an implication there. Tracy's also referred to technology, so I would invite you to think about a recommendation around the policy of our buildings and our technology and our workforce and supporting, and how that supports public services, Chair.
And technology is something we've talked about at the performance scrutiny, and we'll talk about over the next 2 days, because we're looking at contract renewals later next year in respect of that, so that will have a significant impact. I have Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Just picking up what the Chief Exec said earlier on and just then about doing things differently. I've taken a long hard look at what we do and how effective it is, and also the leaders' comment about the well-being of our population in the city is our city's #1 priority. This is a kind of children's services question, obviously, which we can delve deeper this afternoon. I'm pleased what you guys said, because basically if we always do what we've always done, we'll always get what we've always got at best. So obviously with challenges in children's services, I'm pleased as well there's no savings intention in the children's services. But how strong do you feel the challenge is to, not just children's services department, to ensure that we're not just getting best value for our money, but the best way of achieving our outcomes, so that we can have that ambition for our city's children? For example, homeschool transport is a huge pressure. Is there a national criteria that we have to follow for eligibility for that? Or is there a way of reviewing our criteria to bring about not just better value for money, but actually it could be a better way for some children and families, and a fairer way of children and families, by changing that criteria?
I'm tempted to ask you to ask those questions later on in the day, because you've got Councillor Lang about children's services, and you can ask Councillor Creswell about the SEND element. But in answer to your question, yes, there are statutory functions, and sadly it's dictated to us in respect to how we do that. But I think you get a better chance this afternoon to delve into those elements.
Yeah.
John.
But the challenge is coming from yourselves. That's what I wanted to. Yeah. Challenge and support.
Absolutely. I mean, I can assure you, every Monday morning I sit with the cabinet. Every Monday morning I complain to them about the same 4 things, and every Monday we have an action plan as to how we're going to address SEND as an example. And there's a lot of work going on into the SEND team to look at the various options available to us over and above our statutory requirements to do so. So yes, there are 4 elements in this council, and if I get to sum up at the end, I would say to you, you need to challenge children, adults, homelessness, insane. That is the job of this budget, really. And we've got to get those 4 areas under control, and we are working behind the scenes like we've never done before to deal with. Normally you get 1 barking at you, we've got 4 barking at us now, and we've got to get those issues resolved.
Just to come in on that, and they are the priority areas for our change programmes. What we've done is, we took a long, hard look at all the elements of change that we were delivering earlier in the year. And what comes out absolutely is children's, adults, homelessness. That's where the demand is, that's where the pressures are. And what we've done is we've fundamentally changed the way in which we're approaching that in terms of change. So we have got whole council approaches to leaning in to solving these issues, because if we don't address the demand in those areas, and that might mean that it doesn't mean that the budgets later on are cut. It's about finding the right new normal for those budgets. But without doing that, what we know is we'll cut into every other service. So actually, other services recognise that their job is to help deliver the change that's needed in children's homelessness and adults. And that's really important. Just to say, Chair, we've got some underlying enabling programmes, and they are about accommodation, they are about intelligent automation, which is the digital elements. They are about community empowerment. We know that early intervention and prevention, some of that will be done by councils, but so much of that is done by communities and individuals. And finally, the work that we do to develop our people, our own employees, and make sure that we have got the workforce that we need for the future. So those enabling parts of the work of the change programme are really important too.
Thank you. Sessions 2 and 3, that'd be really important to interrogate that further. Councillor Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. You described previously that this is an unprecedented challenge that we're having here. Now, obviously, last year we had unprecedented budget challenge, so I'm assuming there's different challenges that we're experiencing this year that we did last year. So I'm just wondering what we have in place for risk management of those, because obviously what we had in place last year probably won't be the same as this year. I'm just wondering what we're looking at and how that looks for us as well.
So, I mean, last year, the challenges were around primarily the outcome of COVID, really, in reality, and of course, interest rates, and of course, a war taking place, and so on and so forth. So, that was last year's challenges. Some of that's continuing to feed into this year. Now we're seeing the COVID really unwinding in society, and that's why, the conversation Tracy just discussed around our areas of pressures. They're the new issues that have come forward, and they are exponential. You'll see Councillor Pemberley later on this afternoon. Homelessness has been relatively under control in this city for years. We've done a good job as a council dealing with that. Now it's just tripling. One council the other day, Hastings, last year they had 126 cases. This year already they've got 1,000 people declaring themselves homelessness. So the issues do change. So how do we manage them? Well, actually, we have risk management processes in place. And actually, Tracy will explain to you more, but we're reviewing how we undertake our risk exercise throughout the whole council to ensuring that each manager is undertaking the appropriate risk management exercise and mitigation, but equally we have our strategic risk register, which I'm sure is supplied in this pack. So it is a changing beast. Next year it might be an entirely different set of circumstances. But I think we recognise what they are, and we're doing what we can do to manage them. But I think Tracy's probably a better place as well to contribute.
Thank you. I've been here a few years now. We wrote a report for members back, I think it was shortly after the start of the pandemic, which started to articulate what we felt would happen after the pandemic and what we needed to do. And that report really clearly highlights the demand pressures that we knew would come in our services, the demand pressures of children not being able to get to school, the demand pressures on families. those other elements. But what we always know, so those things which was what was the we called it the legacy, the COVID legacy, the tale of COVID. What would that look like? And we're seeing that in so many different in so many different ways. But the really important thing about councils managing risk is to make sure that their risk registers are live documents. So those points around cost of living, pressures on energy, that was such a big factor for last year in our risk registers. We kept looking at the cost of heating the swimming pool and thinking, goodness, what are we going to do about the swimming? You know, what are we going to do? And you'll see in the budget for this year some of the assumptions we're making around those pressures coming down again in terms of energy. They are not where they used to be, but they are, you know, in terms of the exponential growth in cost, it's not there, and you can see that in the budget. But you can also see some of those other issues coming through and those demands for our services, the changing nature of housing, the changing pressures in our housing system and the impact that has. So having a risk register that is reviewed periodically every quarter, risks that are owned by managers, and we had a big session. Ross was leading the session with our service directors just a couple of weeks ago about the changes and actually those risk registers and dashboards being updated in very much real time, so that we can see that flexibility in what we do and how we respond is absolutely crucial. You can see that, you know, when we had the pandemic, being able to switch our services, actually, because when you go back to the risk register, there were issues about business continuity that we had highlighted, and we wanted to modernise our services, and lo and behold, we were able to work at home straight away, which was a surprise to some, that we'd invested that much in that period, and it was great to have that. So that process of making sure that our risk registers are live, the work that we do to update them, but also live risk registers, pieces of paper are not real and meaningful. It is people really owning those risks. It's a piece of work we're doing because what we've recognised is actually we take our strategic risk register and we take what we're doing in children's services, which is such an in-depth programme and has a very in-depth programme of risk management, making sure that they link together. We've also got a new head of health and safety and making sure that those risk registers are brought together, so that we are streamlining what we're asking our managers to do, with a focus that our managers, one of the jobs of a manager, jobs of leaders, is to manage risk and mitigate risk wherever possible. But also, and some of the things, Chair, you might want to come to, take opportunity. That's really important as well, because when we look at our risk register, we can feel like the sky's going to fall in, but actually, you know, what gets us up in the morning is also being able to do things that are actually quite exciting, that are about change, and whether that's about delivering better services for people, or, you know, making sure that we've got the growth in the city that we deserve. You know, they're all parts of actually being able to manage risk and opportunity.
I was just going to say that it can be, you know, people look at a risk register and look at it as some sort of doom and gloom document, and you know, it does sometimes present as that, but that's what you're saying is actually you know, there's opportunities in there, and the other thing is for members of this panel and the panels you sit on regularly, is looking into that stuff. It's really important that you own those risk registers as well when they're presented to you. It's really important that you ask those questions. Is that the right risk? You know, is the likelihood of that ridiculously overstated or understated? Is its impact in overstated or understated? Is the mitigation that we put in place the right sort of mitigations? These are the questions that you can ask, which will help us immeasurably to improve the services that we provide to the local community. So, you know, those risk registers aren't just there to make the pack of papers thicker. They're actually living and breathing. And best practice is that you're constantly reviewing those risk registers for their relevance. And that's down to you and the job you do, and you do it very, really well.
Thank you. Councillor Blythe.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the council tax, I think this is a question for Councillor Lowry and possibly David Northey. You've said that the collection rate is 97.5%. My question is, how realistic is this, given the continuing impact of the cost of living crisis?
I'm going to let David give you the facts, but I mean, I've been tracking this for years and years and years, in power and out of power. Strangely, we've done a good job and always managed to collect our council tax, and we've made some flexibility in the methodologies in the way in which to do that, to allow people to pay over a longer period of time, or of course we've got the council tax support scheme. But so I'm confident that if I look at history for the past 10 years, it's pretty much more or less where it has been, subject to the COVID fluctuation, of course. So I'm comfortable with the percentages that are included in there, but I'll let David, who is ultimately responsible, to see what he's got to say on the subject matter.
Thank you, Councillor Larry. Yeah, 97.5%, which is, we've been using that one. We did take it down when COVID first hit, because we recognised that, well, we anticipated there would be an impact. And we changed the way that we sort of chase people for slippage in payments and so on. So I'm very confident that we set it down to 97.5%. We haven't moved it, and we have got the data behind that shows that that's what we're achieving. And some of the extra resources coming into the budget for next year is because during the current year, we can see that we're actually getting a little bit more than what we anticipate. So actually it is holding up at the moment. And in terms of, yes, we've got the cost of living crisis coming towards us, but there is the council tax support scheme. There are all kinds of different initiatives that we are actively pushing people to engage with. So I'm confident at this stage that 97.5 is achievable.
Could I ask a supplementary? In the paragraph above, in the council tax section, you talk about an increase of 49 properties in terms of being subject to the council tax. Is that due to house building? What is that increase?
Sorry, I can't quite find. Do you know what section page you're on? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm section 5, council tax 5.1.
5.1, yes, okay. So next month, in January, you will get the council tax setting base, okay? So that basically looks at the number of properties that the council has. Some have been demolished, some are empty homes, some are new homes. So that is basically a calculation of all the change that has taken place over the last 12 months. From memory, there's somewhere like 400 new homes have come online, but that's completely inadequate. We need to get back to a place where we're building at least 1,000 homes a year, and then you will see substantial increases in council tax receipts as a consequence of that. So that's what that's trying to tell you. But next month, in full council, you will get the council tax setting base, which will explain all that in a lovely in-depth detail that everyone looks forward to contributing on.
Just to add that it's as always a net figure, isn't it? So it's a very complicated and technical area, but it's new homes coming onto the system, but then you've got people leaving, houses being demolished, and just changing circumstances. So it is a complex area, but you will get the full detail at the council meeting.
Members, I'm mindful that we've overrun slightly on session 1, but this is a great debate. So with your indulgence, if we just go for another few minutes, please. I have Councillor Poyser.
Thank you, Chair. A question for the Leader of the Council and whoever he wishes to defer to as well. I'm enormously grateful for bringing forward this budget early. It gives us all the opportunity to look through the papers and recognise the fact that it's draft as well. And there's still lots of unknowns in there in terms of government settlement, our forecast assumptions, etc. could change at any time between now and when we approve this at full council in March, I believe. As always, any decisions we make related to the budget can have an enormous impact upon our communities. And I recognise the fact there's an equality impact statement in here as well, which has been brought forward. Although there's an opportunity for us to take this back to our members, to our ward members as well, and to our residents to also have their input, and I believe there is some public consultation to happen on at some point. I'm also mindful that we engage with relevant organisations which have specific interest in accessibility and inclusion. And I'm just also thinking about Councillor Salmon's motion that was brought forward to Council the other day around accessibility to services and the impact upon services. And is there any mapping that we're doing in terms of stakeholder mapping and engagement over the next few months, which I think would be really useful to get feedback from relevant organisations which would impact on accessibility? And would that potentially be something the Council and the administration could take on board?
So yes, there is a consultation exercise currently being undertaken. I think when I last had a conversation with the team doing that, we're in excess of 300 people so far giving their views and opinions, and that is open until Monday the 11th of December. We've had a number of meetings with the disability group. I forget their name now. Dan, that's the ones. Thank you very much. We've also had a number of meetings with the community and voluntary sector, and I believe next week we've got the Chamber of Commerce and the small FSB. Yeah. So that's the ones. Yeah. Once again, thank you. So yes, we are doing that, and our quality impact assessment will track all that feedback we get from those groups, of course. So. I think hopefully that answers your question, Ian.
Thank you, Councillor Lowry. Yeah, I think it does. I just wondered, is there any sight of that in terms of the stakeholders that we've engaged? Is there a document which we've created, yeah.
So along with your recommendations, there will also be the recommendations and feedback from that overall engagement exercise, and of course the a quality impact assessment. That will all come to Cabinet in January for them to consider. That then, of course, gets reflected into the subsequent revision of the budget, and that will come to full council for further consideration in February of next year.
Please.
Chair, if you don't mind, just is it possible, just in terms of maybe a recommendation, to see the list of those stakeholders as well for engagement, and to make sure that we are covering all of those groups necessary?
That's great. That's been recorded. Thank you. Councillor Rainsford.
Thank you, Chair. We heard from the Leader of the Council about the growth, the projects that are already happening in the city and how exciting they are. And we clearly have an aspirational investment programme going forward. Point 929, page 19, talks about 20 investment projects in the pipeline. How close are some of those projects to completion, and what's the assessment of the potential earning to the city of those projects? And do we have the officer capacity to see them through and build for the future in bringing new projects in?
I mean, we are very well blessed. David's on the line here with the most excellent economic development team in the country, I believe. I mean, if you look at what they're actually doing, they're going to contribute some £24 million in income. So they're going to cover their own costs. They will, in fact, generate 25 million, sorry, and spend 24. Now, I had a very lovely time at a scrutiny panel a few years ago when I was on the other side of the fence, where I managed to attack the then portfolio holder because what he hadn't realised was that the economic development team were doing so well that the economic development team were spending less money. In fact, they were spending no money on economic development, so I was attacking them on that. And in fact, it's even worse now because they contribute £1 million net. So actually, in terms of the budget balance sheet, they're down as minus 1 million.
Thank you.
So it's fantastic. And I don't know what we do without that, actually, to be honest with you, because, you know, it's that business rate stuff in it and all that I was talking earlier on. But I mean, I just want to say that, you know, I talked about the economic development. I'm always amazed that there isn't enough recognition. You mentioned the FSB, who did name check us the other day, But actually, there isn't enough recognition, in my view, of the work the economic development team do to improving business prospects in this city. They do an amazing job, and we're very lucky to have them. If you look at what they're doing this year in this budget, I mean, just some of the numbers, right? The Derriford District Centre project, 20 million quid, right? 14 million pound for that hotel on Embankment Road, 22 million in the Millbay Port I mentioned earlier on, 9.1 million in Langage, 26 million for the National Marine Park. These are not insignificant sums of money. The work that we've done on the CDC that Mark's been involved in, it's 25 million.
I can help you here.
Go on.
Overall, over 5 years, it's $1 billion this
Yeah,
year.
so it's fantastic. And like I say, I mean, and the difficulty you have with all of this is people saying, well, you just said you got no money. So how are you doing this? Well, the reason we can do this is the entrepreneurial skill of the department. That's what it is. And we've got a team of people who can bid for money and win money. And that's what's keeping us going, to be honest, Anthony's team. And we have to recognise just how much work they're doing. Yeah, I was just going to bring Anthony in because it's important that we recognise just how much is going on under the radar in the city at the moment. You've got some stats, presumably, Anthony, or some facts and figures. I mean, I can go on with the creative growth stuff. I can go on with the box stuff. I can go on with all of that. But I'd like you to share, like a national perspective.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. And thank you for the question. And maybe Dave will come in as well with a bit more detail on top of what I'm going to say. This is the culmination of 12 years of work that we've been leading on, which has transcended changes of power. And it's been said by the leader this morning and others that we have continued to drive the growth agenda in the city. And the reason we've done it is because we know it creates income streams and we know it helps support other agendas. And if we didn't do that, we'd have had to have hollowed out all the capacity within the service and not had the capability to be able to bid for money and then deliver projects. But equally, we would have had to have made some really difficult, bigger decisions on cuts in other places. So it's not something that's happened overnight. It's something we've been working on time and time again. And whenever the opportunity arises, we have been, on the whole, incredibly successful in attracting money, government money and other forms of money. So you're right in your question, though, have we got the capability or the capacity to be able to deliver it? And that is always a challenge. But by attracting money, by getting that capital in, we can then use that capital money to support the development of the capacity and the needs within the service. And this isn't just within economic development, it's in SP&I as well, where there's been significant inward investment and opportunities around grant funding. So we know that, and you'll have seen all the announcements in the last few weeks around Levelling Up Fund, around hopefully National Marine Park, Freeport, etc., etc. What that enables us to do, and Tracy's supporting us on this, is use a top slice out of that capital to be able to invest in the capacity that we will then need to help deliver these projects and programs. And, the numbers, if you look at the overall package and the overall program of investment that we are aware of, which either we lead, we contribute to, or we enable, it's something close to currently about £800 million worth of investment across the city. And that in turn then helps with business rate increases, etc., etc., which then comes back in and helps support the overall city's finances. So capacity is always a challenge, but what we have done is we've maintained the capacity we've got, we've maintained the capability we've got, and we'll be able to build upon that and grow upon that based upon the success we've got. And we don't stop there, because now what we'll be thinking is, where's the next opportunity and what's the next programme of investment that we can work with, you know. And David, he never stops, and as much as you get one in, and then he's thinking, what's the 10-year programme now with X investor or X funder, and he's already starting to think about that. So it's a constant programme of investment and seeking investment to be able to underpin all those services, because if you stop, then it'll fall over. But I think our track record speaks for itself. But David, you're closer to it than me in some ways, and you may think I've left some things out. Anything you want to add?
David, do please come in. Thank you.
There's not much to say, I think, beyond what's been said. I think the capacity point is important, and we've learned how to do that, and it's incredibly important. I always have a very simple test, which is I don't sign up to anything I can't do, and therefore we ensure we've got the capacity. I mean, just to give you a sense, we've got 80 million grant funding we're benefiting from between now and 2026. I think there'll be very few cities that can do that. That unlocks an enormous amount of private sector money, but also unlocks long-term income streams for the council. So the asset base we're now benefiting from was built in the 80s. The asset base we're now building from, which will be clear of debt in 15 years' time, will be benefiting the council incredibly when that debt's cleared in the future, which is great. We're the only city in the UK to benefit from National Heritage Lottery funding at the national level twice, and the only city to get it first time. The levelling up funding of 19.9 million really allows us to stretch our ambition now beyond the submission we made 12 months ago, because we've been equally successful in the spaces, so we can really expand our ambition for the port, and Tudor's talked about that, and also for skills. And I think the free port provides us with a unique opportunity, and the announcement nationally of the extension of the benefit, the tax profile, is quite profound, because it means that we don't have a cliff edge in 3 years' time where the business have to be on the sites to get the benefits. The council, don't forget, gets 25 years benefit of the retained business rates, which across the 3 local authorities is 80 million pounds. If we develop all the sites out, it's 40 million surplus that can be reinvested. So I think it's something we should all be really, really proud of, but also gives the council some financial stability going forward, I hope.
Thank you, David. I think everybody around this table in this room recognise the tremendous efforts of this directorate over the last 10, 12 years, as Anthony reflected on. And we're eager to hear you doing more and bringing more to the local authority in that regard. Did you want to come back?
Just a very quick one. Talked a lot about the benefits of business rates. What is the benefit of being in the Devon business rates pool?
Once again, from memory, it is approximately £2 million. So even if there is, yes, £2.5 million, sorry. So we are in a Devon-wide pool with lots of people. So therefore, if growth is good in one area, we all share the benefits. If it's low in another area, we all share the pain, as it were. And it's been very successful to us. It's coming together as a Devon-wide pool for business rates, and it actually adds an additional £2.5 million to our business rates, even though this year we're forecast to be static ourselves. So working together is in each and every one of our benefit. Thank you.
Councillor Tippett.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Councillor Lowry. I know sometimes when residents hear that the council have investments, they get panicked because of things that they've heard on the news, etc. So I was wondering, if we could have it explained to them, we have it for our residents when we're discussing the budgets with them, why we do have investments, and how do we know that we're getting a good return on our current investments?
So yes, I think in the report you've got the Treasury Management report. So you just heard today, for instance, that government sometimes gives us money to do things. Okay, so they give us the money on day one, but of course we don't always get the opportunity to spend it on day one. So it's got to sit in the bank account, and generally we have somewhere between maybe 30 to 60 million pounds, and on top of that we've got reserves and we've got working balances. So there is money there that you get on day one that you don't always spend on day one, and you profile it across the year. And our job is to get the best return on our investments. So some of it we leave in the bank because we need it for a rainy day. Some of it we invest for a longer term because we know we're not going to spend it for many, many years to come in reality. So we put that money to work. and we have a treasury management team that works with David's organisation, and we have Arlene Close, independent treasury management advisors that sit alongside us and give us advice. And actually, we've been doing very well as a council. I think from memory, we've got about £90 million invested, and that's all those reserves sat around that would normally be waiting to be spent. And I think our rate of return is somewhere in the region of 5.8%, 5.7%. And yeah, we've been doing very, very well actually. And that money from that, every year you'll see something that says money from Treasury Management, and we normally end up giving a couple of £1 million to the service to allow them to spend that money to deliver adult social care or for repairing potholes. So I think in your report, there's information about that. I'd welcome, or as always I say, further scrutiny, and I'm pleased to see Councillor Darcy sits alongside me in the meetings where we'll review that. But we are doing very well. We need to keep on top of it because obviously every year interest rates change. So last year 5.7 sounded brilliant. Well, actually, inflation's in excess of that in some respects. So is it still brilliant? So that's the process.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. Well, I'm very keen today and tomorrow really to try and give Councillor Larry some ideas of how you can close the gap. So just if I can address the capital programme, and you probably looked at this already, Mark, but I'll tease it out. So in the papers for capital spend in 23-24, originally it's well, I'm on the system, page 29. So originally the programme was 149 million, and 24-25 it went up to 171. You've reprofiled that now to 121 million in this year and 160. So that will presumably have an impact on the revenue budget in terms of financing a capital programme. Now I'll tease this out a little bit with David, but I'd like to go a bit further. So in the proposed budget for next year, how much of the programme is funded, and is there an opportunity perhaps to tweak the revenue support so that there's slightly less revenue support that will help you close the gap, albeit that the affordable programme will be slightly less, given that we generally never deliver the capital programme as set out? So that's one thing. Do you want to answer that first, and then I'll come on second point? Thanks.
I think once again the answer is yes, and you'll see reference in the report that we're doing a review of the capital programme in its entirety. It's a 5-year capital programme. When we sometimes envisage some of these projects, they take time to deliver, and as we've discussed this morning already, things have changed considerably. So therefore, and particularly interest rates, we used to have a very comprehensive capital programme and the cost of borrowing was 0. Now we're in an environment where the cost of borrowing is in excess of 6%. Well, that 6% means £9 million. So last year, your contribution for interest rates was effectively 0. Now it's £9 million. That's a lot of money for this council to find every year. So you'll see once again in this documentation that we're reviewing every project in the capital programme to ensure it reflects our needs and its affordability. You'll also see reference to the fact that a large percentage of our capital programme is funded by external elements, be they grants or Section 106 or so on and so forth. But where there's a direct cost on the council in respect to service borrowing, as we recall it, we need to review each and every one of those to ensure A, it does what we want to do, B, it's cost effective for the council. Look at the programme around it. Councillor Rainsford made reference to the capability and the capacity. But actually, sometimes we can't do it all at the same time, so we need to move things about. Also, there's a labour shortage going on at the moment. So I can go on forever. Right? There's a load of issues. So we need to move things around to do so. And yes, in respect of what you're saying, we need to look at removing revenue to capital where we can do so. And that will form part of that discussion.
Fine, thank you. And the second point really is around our methods of contracting. So I can only take my evidence really from what I read in Plymouth Live around the city centre public realm scheme, which it follows on really from previous schemes where effectively let a contract and then we're asked for more money to complete the project. And I use, for instance, an example very close to home, the Eastern Corridor Junction Improvement Scheme that was replacing traffic lights in Plymouth Road, predominantly in Plimpton. COVID hit. Now, I don't know why the council ended up forking out millions of pounds more because of COVID, because it was outdoors. They could have socially space, there was hardly any traffic, so they could have cracked on with the scheme. But anyway, that's history. The point I want to raise is around, do we incentivise at all in our contracts, pain share, gain share, and try to be more commercial in our approach to some of the bigger schemes, so that some of the risk associated with delivering major contracts is actually shared with the private sector? And is this an area where we've actually had much scrutiny in recent years? Because actually trying to get financial information and contract information as a backbench councillor is pretty impossible because of the shrouded in commercial sensitivity. But actually the methodology that we use to let contracts, I think, does need a bit more public airing. Is that an area, Councillor Larry, that you're prepared to sort of explore more widely in the council to try and drive improvements in the financial performance and therefore reduce the risk on the council?
I think in the interest of time, Chair, I'm just happy to say yes, really.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. There is no doubt there's been a big change in economic and cultural and infrastructure, development in the last few years in the city. But has there been an analysis done on the use of local employment to bring that to fruition? And also, are we harnessing our university and apprenticeship talent to actually create jobs so people aren't just learning, but they're earning in the future as well by keeping them in the city?
So, firstly, we make sure that when we spend our money in Plymouth locally, we try to pick local providers. So therefore, the benefit of our pound is spent locally. And I think from memory, we're in excess of 60% of our expenditure is spent locally. I see David's nodding to us on the screen. I think I'm going to hand over to David because he'll be far more eloquent at explaining this than me because it is his service area.
Thank you, Mark. I mean, there's a couple of areas. I think your question was about some of those really large projects, and those are the ones where we can have the greatest level of control impact. So all of those large contracts, the contractors are judged through the procurement process on their commitments to social value and local employment. We work very closely with Building Plymouth to ensure there's a formula in that space. If I give you a recent example of the box, 82% of the contract spend was within the PL postcodes and the very limited travel to work area. And I mean within sort of 15 to 20 miles. And if you went onto the building site, you'd see a dartboard effect with those rings of influence. And that'd be the same for all those really large contracting projects. Similarly, for local procurement, Mark's alluded to that. And actually, Plymouth, I haven't got the exact figure in front of me, but I know Holly can take you through that, or if you need that figure, is really high and has been growing. And there's a real commitment to do that, working with the FSB and the Chamber. And then the opportunity going forward is really in the major changes in national procurement. So we all know defence contracts going forward will have a 10% requirement to evidence social value, which means not that 10% of their spend will be coming to the council, but it will have to be the scoring methodology. 10% of that will be based on social value. So if you think of the billions of pounds of coming in to the city, there's a huge opportunity.
David, sorry, if I could just pause you there. Do you want to declare an interest?
If we're going to talk about defence contracts, I'll probably need to declare an interest.
Okay, so
clearly that's a term of much of the work.
And that's a private interest, yes.
Well, it'd be a pecuniary interest.
I'm sorry, pecuniary.
Yeah, so if you're going to go down that road, David, I'll probably have to withdraw.
Sure. Well, very simply, it's just to say there's a statutory requirement for defence contracts now to narrate 10% social value in their procurement scores, which the work we need to do with the local suppliers is help them and actually those procuring to understand what that 10% can be best narrated for. So effectively provide the list of things that would add value, whether it's CSR, contribution to skills. So I think the short answer is it's really important. We've been pretty good at it, and there's a massive opportunity coming forward over the next 5 to 10 years with the pipeline we've got.
Thank you, David. Apologies for the interruption.
Just to reinforce the point David's made on all the big contracts, whether it be an economic development or any other part of the council, in particularly within place. I mean, for the Valley Link Road, I think over 85% fell within the travel to work area for spend for local employment and so on. So it's something we do on every big project, and it's part of the procurement process. So it's something, it's second nature to us and something we push all the time.
I'm grateful. Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Chair, and obviously it's going back possibly, and we've moved on quite a way since I sort of put my hand up. It's leading on from Councillor Murphy, it's a question about staff, and probably directed mostly, I think, to Tracy Lee. You mentioned earlier on about a survey that's going out, asking about sort of staff, finding out about staff. I notice obviously in the paperwork we've got a huge amount of we've got an increase in staff sickness and across all areas of work, not but obviously in particular some of the areas that we're most concerned about, things like children's services, adult social care, etc. So when we're asking those questions, are we finding out, what the issues are? Lots of it's coming. Obviously, we've got the usual colds, flu, COVID, that type of thing, but we've also obviously got stress related. From a budget point of view, we're obviously losing staff that are out of work because they're unwell. Potentially, we've got an increase in agency staff, therefore the costs are going up if we're having to then bring people in. So, how much work is being done when we're doing these consultations about what are the issues? Why are so many staff going off sick? And what can be done about it? We say obviously we invest in our staff, and they're really, really important. There are our residents as well in terms of travel to work area. So what is being done to really trying to address those issues, because it's pretty much every single department has got an increase in sickness, and a lot of it is coming back to things like stress. Thank you.
Thank you. So just a few words. I wouldn't want anyone in the committee to think that the piece of work we're doing on hybrid working earlier in the new year will be a survey and tick box in any. No, you're not saying that, but it's a conversation. It really is. It's engagement with our staff needs to be us really listening rather than just saying 20% of people say this. So I know you weren't saying that, but I just wanted to make that point. We listen to staff in a variety of ways. We have a big listen exercise that we do. We did one the year before last, and we will do further exercises. We've just got a new head of HR and OD, and that approach to how we engage with our staff is something that we've just reviewed. And very happy, you might want to get into a detail in one of the scrutiny committees about staff engagement and what we do and how we're taking that forward, particularly involving our staff in listening to each other, actually, as an approach we're taking. Just in relation to sickness, I know you had an update at the October Performance and Finance Committee, which was a written report on the key elements in relation to sickness. So again, that is clearly available to you. We actually had an hour and a half at our corporate management team yesterday looking at sickness, because the headline figures, and one of the reasons in the pack you've got data by directorate, is because different directorates have slightly different issues. There are some themes, but there are slightly different issues. So in adult social care, we now have a lot of frontline staff working for us again. A few years ago, we didn't have that situation. There's a 48-hour rule. If you have a bug, then you don't come back to work. So the differentials on our targets is really important, that we don't just treat everybody exactly the same. If I'm not feeling very well, I can sit at home and blow into my tissue and not come into the office and not spread my bugs around. Others are in a very different situation. If you're out, as Anthony was saying quite rightly yesterday, if you're out on the bins, that is a very, very different situation to that. So there is not one size fits all, and that was absolutely something very clear from the conversations we had yesterday. And then it's absolutely about some of the themes that are there, some of the support that's in place for our teams, and that's done by service by service. But actually our sickness policy, in fact, we're changing that to an attendance policy. Again, change of emphasis away from are you off sick, or about being in work. And so some of those things which are around supporting people to do what they can. But we talked earlier about making sure that people aren't, soldiering on in situations where they are not fit to be in work is really, really important. So a change of emphasis. We are also, again, we're going to relaunch some of the management development programs that we've had for our managers, and that is very much around how we make sure that people are supporting their employees, their direct employees, as in the ways they can, how they're encouraging them, but also making sure that there's access to the support that people need. And our wellbeing champions are a massive, massive source of pride I have in the organisation. We have wellbeing champions within all our services. And I was in the office the other day and I was listening. Someone was having a moment in one of our services, and a wellbeing champion just went and sat with them and supported them. And so those elements, so it happens at all different elements within the arrangement. So what I will say to you is our sickness, if you look at the statistics, a few months ago we were heading in the right direction. We've just taken the turn up. So we were, and that's why we spent such a long time looking at that yesterday.
Thank you. I was right to forewarn that we're slightly running over. Great foresight. I have a question, Councillor Lowry. Final question, you'll be pleased to hear. Looking at the draft budget, and we recognise it's a draft budget, there's still a lot of assumptions, and we're waiting for government statement in terms of settlement. Based on those assumptions, and even the living wage we talked about a few months ago, the modelling that's been undertaken, I look at period 7, which is within our pack, and our year-to-date position was we recognise the direction of travel has been positive over the last few periods. We're still somewhat adrift. So question's twofold in terms of one, and I ask you this each time we meet at Scrutiny, how confident you are that we will close that gap in this year, because next year's draft budget is predicated on achieving just that and the assumptions that we've built in. So what's fundamental, rather than looking backwards, it is a forward question. We need to balance this year. So confidence around closing that gap. How are we going to close that gap at period 7 for adrift, so we can finalise this draft budget, which is currently showing a gap of 2.3. So I'm interested in how we can reconcile that as your leaving question, please.
We've still got several months to go, you'll appreciate. We're currently forecasting a forecast deficit of some £4 million this financial year. That's come down from £7.5 million over the last few months, so we're heading in the right direction. You've heard us talk today extensively about the areas of concern. I am very, very pleased that those areas of concerns, everybody, as Tracy said, are collectively coming to the table to find solutions to those problems. So in areas where people like David, you've just seen on the screen, talk about economic development, he has assisted with the with Ascend transport homing, for instance. So the whole council leaning in, as Tracy said. And, I work very closely with David. We have meetings every other day, as it were. And, we sit there and say to them, have we got this? Have you checked everything here? We've got this. So my confidence actually on this year's budget is actually reasonably high. We've still got some budgetary pressures around those four areas that you keep seeing, but they are stabilising now. There's an action plan in place. So my conversation with David is, have we got this? And he's given me the confidence as the Section 151 officer that we do have this. So I'm confident to give you the assurance that at the end of this financial year, we will be presenting you a balanced budget. And additionally, with respect to the gap that's currently outstanding, that is something we're working on extensively. And of course, the government settlement and a whole host of issues we discussed here this morning will give us better insight into how we achieve that. But I do have a high degree of confidence in this year's budget. I see what's going on in the council around establishing the budget we have before us for next year, and I am actually in the best position I think I've ever been in in respect of the Cabinet Member for Finance, that actually we've got this and everyone's leaning in. So I hope my confidence isn't misplaced. If I do, if it is, I'll get the sack. But I think we're in a good place. Thank you.
Well, your confidence is on the record, so I'm pleased. There's less seat shifting going on since the last time we had this conversation. We also talked recently about the pressures, particularly in children's services and adult social care, but the pressures in children's services, and I often ask, has that now peaked? Have we now reached the point where we think, right, that's the worst it's going to get? And when we've discussed it in performance scrutiny previously, we were unsure as to whether we'd seen the peak, the financial pressures of those two protagonists as portfolios. Is it your position or your understanding that we now have peaked with the financial pressures, or do you think we're still under pressure and that might actually continue to get worse before it gets better? What's your understanding of the financial pressures in terms of whether it's peaked or not?
I'm going to bring David in as well, but looking at the projections going forward, it would appear that we're at the peak and we are seeing some reductions. So the plan is beginning to work, and we've reached that peak, hopefully, and the current direction of travel appears to be going down. Let's hope that's sustainable. David, do you wish to?
If I might just add, so we talked at the recent scrutiny, didn't we, about, and I did indicate that the direction of travel, unfortunately, was children would get worse before it got better. That's why it's very important that we updated you to month 7 position rather than the month 6, so that you could see that the children's services in particular, it sounds like we're picking on children's, but it's close to a £10 million overspend. I can never say never, because we're talking about demand and children, but the conversations that I had with the directorate says that now covers everything that they know about in the system. So that I don't want to, I haven't got a crystal ball, and I don't want to sit here saying a child's coming to care that's going to cost us a lot of money, but that's the position that we are in. In terms of impact of this year onto next year, I very carefully put into the pack the £23 million of savings that are in this year, so that you could have a look at that and quite rightly question the directors about where there are slippages. And my confidence to you as a team and to Councillor Lowry in particular is that where we know that we are going to slip, we've taken that into account when we built next year's budget. So we're not expecting them to find something that they're saying they just can't do.
Just, this feels like the terms and conditions, doesn't it, of a little bit, the small print. Our forecasting is the best it's ever been. And what that means is we have got a better handle on those numbers, but those numbers are underpinned by assumptions that we're making, assumptions around retention of social workers, assumptions around making sure that we're getting the right caseloads and so on. And actually one of the things that's going to be really important is the constant monitoring. And again, we were talking about this on Monday, to make sure that we are looking at both forecasting, but we're saying, are the assumptions that we've made, which we're using all our external knowledge and expertise as well as internal people to help us say they are the best assumptions we can possibly make. But as we all know, it's just a tiny change in any of those assumptions can move things. But understanding that, being able to forecast, being able to see it in advance, being able to see it happen, if it happened, or indeed it go the other way, if that's the case, gives us a better handle and a better ability to be able to monitor where we are.
Councillor Evans, I'm very grateful for your attendance. Councillor Lowry, I believe you're going to stay for another few sessions. Thank you very much for attendance and dealing with those questions. Members, we have reached the point where we have a 15-minute comfort break according to the timetable that I'm going to try and follow. So see you back in 15 minutes or so. Thank you. Members, we have now moved to the next milestone, which is session 2. Just a moment, Councillor Tippett. In doing so, my list doesn't reflect the many people we have around the table. So, with the exception of Councillor Aspinall and Councillor Lowry, perhaps Emma, if we start with you, just a very brief introduction as we go around the table, and then I'll bring in Councillor Tippett.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm Emma Crowther, Interim Head of Commissioning for Plymouth City Council.
Thank you. So it's Gary Warbridge, so the Interim Strategic Director for People.
I'm Julie Free, I'm Consultant Public Health, and I'm here on behalf of Ruth Harrell, who's on annual leave this week.
Helen Slater, I'm Lead Accountancy Manager for Adult Social Care.
A very warm welcome, and obviously Mary, Mark and David, you've been with us all morning. Well, welcome Mary, thank you for joining. Councillor Tippett, you wanted to raise a declaration of interest.
Yeah, just to preemptively declare, rather than the panic that Councillor Nicholson had during the last session, I'd like to declare a private interest in the next session as an employee of St Luke's Hospice in case end-of-life care is discussed.
I'm grateful that's been noted. So session 2, thank you very much for attending, Councillor Aspinall. Over to you if you'd like to tee it all up for us, and we'll then go into some questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the Budget Scrutiny Committee for inviting us along. I'm going to start with saying that the 2023-24 adult social care budget currently is 888 million, and that includes 107, just over 107 million from a care package budgets, and offset by 45.75 million of client income. We have grant funding and we have targets to be met. This year, the budget has supported 1,180 people in residential and nursing homes, and that was a mixture of older people and also those aged 18 to 64. 2,846 people have been supported in community settings, again, a mixture of age groups from 18 onwards. And 687 people have been supported with direct payments, and the majority of those were younger people, but there were 181 older people doing that. So, as of today, the adult social care budget is supporting actively 3,620 individuals, a huge number. This year has seen the number of people we support return to approximately the pre-pandemic levels. However, the complexity of case and levels of care and the national issues surrounding cost of living, etc., has seen a significant cost pressure for services. For example, the average weekly cost of residential care placement is now 8.9% higher than the same time last year. Nursing care positions are 18.6% higher than this time last year. And the average weekly cost of a domiciliary care package is now 10.7% higher than the same time last year. So I'm sure you get the message on that. The 24-25 draft budget figure for the adult social care is 96 million. No, I get this, the dots awkwardly, but it's nearly 97 million, which includes a growth of 7.995 million. This growth reflects inflation costs and the volume increased based on trend analysis and the impact of the 2024 national living wage. The impact of the national living wage was modelled on a current draft budget of £11 an hour, and that resulted in the 3.448 million sum being put into our budget. However, we now know that it's that much higher, and we will be needing to add another 1.9 million to that budget. And we don't begrudge them a penny of it. It's just a case of us having to make sure that we can put it in. As you know, the autumn statement said that was £11.44. The annual percentage fee uplift for care providers is modelled on a 70% impact in the national living wage increases and a 30% impact from inflation. So we've had to model that budget, and obviously it will need to be re-looked at again once we have the local government settlement, which is not coming until the 19th of December. I would say that last week at the Adult Social Care Conference, the Minister was there and she was very pleased that they've been able to put the minimum wage up as they had. However, she did then clarify that government will not be giving us that extra to cover it. As I say, we have a huge number of clients, and everyone is an individual, and I think that's what we have to remember. So the packages of care that we're able to give are tailor-made, and they are tailor-made appropriately. And I think that's what we have to consider. And of course, those can alter during the year. One of the things that we are very much aware of that are costs. Every client is assessed financially to see if they can make a contribution towards anything. And of course, a lot can't, but some do. So that helps balance our budget that little bit extra. But what we will be noticing, pensions are being given a reasonable prospective rise in the autumn statement for next year. So hence, there will be a lot of financial re-looking at clients. And at the moment, that's how we will have to plan it. And as I say, the final figures, because as we all know, this is a draft budget, will need to be settled once we hear more from the local government settlement. So, Chair, I'm quite happy to leave it at that. And yeah, answer any questions you have.
I'm grateful. Councillor Lowry, are you happy just to field questions? Rather, you have nothing to add at this stage? I'm grateful. Thank you so much, Councillor Aspinall. Members, it's over to you. I saw Councillor Tuffin first. Thank you.
Thank you. I suspect I've got a few more questions to come later, but it just occurred to me that recently I was in contact with people running care homes, and they explained to me what a vulnerable position they felt in, particularly with their costs going up, and they always don't feel they're adequately paid for the job they do, but that's, as you understand, that's a normal story. But what is worrying and will have an impact, and I guess this is a question to Gary, is that many of them feel that they might not be in operation in a year's time. And so my question is about responsibility. When a care home closes, I suspect I know the answer, but I think it's important that we all understand it because we are facing this crisis in care. Where does the responsibility lie for elderly people that find themselves without a care home?
Thanks, Councillor Tuffin. From our perspective, of course, we have to be really quite clear. The responsibility on the local authority is to make sure that those people with needs in this city have them met. That can be whether you're self-funding, we need to support you, or whether you're actually funded by the local authority. That responsibility sits with us. You'll know that we have experienced home closures in this city, as have many other councils. And when we start to hear about those things, our first job is to try and work with a home to avoid a closure. That's not always possible, and where that's not possible, we then work with all of our partners in the system to make sure that we support people in going on to have their new place of care and having their care needs met in an alternative setting. So that's where it goes, and hopefully that answers your question in terms of the responsibilities.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the answer. I suppose that leads on to, have we got the information in advance of these situations happening? Because I heard recently of a home that was looking at how it could move its residents out. So do we get that advance information, and are we confident we can deal with that in the coming year within our finances?
So we work really closely, the team in commissioning work really closely with our care homes, and they're constantly speaking to homes every week, provider events. We've got an intelligence dashboard as well, which tells us intelligence about the care homes in terms of things like their CQC inspections, any times we're not hearing from them, so we'll pick up quite quickly if there's a problem. We held a provider event 2 weeks ago with our care home providers, where we really reiterated our support offer to them, basically saying, come to us as soon as you start to worry, because we can help, we can wrap around you, we can be part of helping with your decision making. So I think we have a good sense of what's coming up. That not to say there aren't surprises, there's sometimes surprises, but we are very reactive and we try to be as proactive as we can and get as ahead of that as we can be. We know that providers worry about their costs. We know they worry about their buildings. Some of the estate in the city is quite old and makes it quite difficult to manage. We know they worry about their residents and keeping their staff retained. So they have a lot to worry about, a lot to think about, but we are regularly in touch with them in a sort of variety of different ways. So we're as well prepared as we can be, I would say.
And Chair, just to say that if I am advised of any, I tend to copy into the ward councillors so that they're aware of what's happening in particular instances.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Welcome, Mary and the team, and thanks for all the good work that the department does on behalf of the citizens that we serve. It is a difficult area, as we all know, and I note the increases that you cited at the beginning, Councillor Aspinall, regarding residential nursing and domiciliary care. But given the fact that inflation was above 10%, it's no wonder there's pressure in the market. So what I wanted to ask, in terms of next year's budget, what do we anticipate the value of the fees and charges going up by? As a percentage, given the fact that inflation, I'm not sure at what point, which month you take as the relevant inflation rate. So that's the first query. We did hear from the leader and Councillor Lowry earlier, and they touched on the impact of immigration proposed changes that only have been mentioned in the last few days. And I probably would, through you, Chair, accountants, you'd probably want the scrutiny panel and the council to be making recommendations to the government, because the impact of those changes will be severely felt, I would suggest, in the health and adult social care area of service. So that is a worry, I think, that all councillors should take into account. When probably not as bad compared to other areas of the country where they predominantly probably rely on foreign labour to provide care. But clearly there is an impact in the city. So I would welcome perhaps your endorsement of us making national representations in relation to that. And there's a couple of specific points that I would perhaps like to, through you, Chair, perhaps ask Helen in relation to billing. So where clients have our services and we need to bill, generally what period of time do we take to bill, and how much time do you give for payments to be received? And finally, in terms of hospital discharges, Councillor Aspinall, clearly this has been a difficult area and the interface between health and adult social care for a while. Are there any opportunities in the next financial year that could be taken to ease that transition from bed blocking into the local authority that could be to our benefit as a local authority? So we did clearly at the Mount Gould site, Gary, where we've obviously brought online in recent years additional beds, but is there further opportunity in the next financial year? Thank you, Chair.
There's quite a few questions
there are
there,
a few
Chair.
questions there, so
I
I'll
think
let
I
you
might
lead
need
on that.
reminding, yes, as to what they were, quite honestly. I'm going to leave things about billing to Helen. I think she's the expert on that. And the uplift as well, that is also something that it will depend on that local government settlement as to what we get, as to what we are then able to do. But we are very mindful of costs The cost of living hits anybody running a residential home and anybody needing care as much as anybody else. In regards of overseas recruitment, well, a couple of weeks ago we launched Caring Plymouth, which is looking to grow our own, basically. It's encouraging anybody who wants to consider a career in either healthcare, whether that's hospital care or whether it's community, to come along and talk to people and develop their skills, basically. And it's a partnership between all of us, both the hospital and us, all working together. The DWP have been involved as well. So we're expecting that to be able to grow some of our own as much as anything else. But of course, yes, the government's new restrictions on immigration, whilst people working within the care profession aren't having to be on 38,000, they still will not be able to bring family with them, and that can be quite devastating for somebody, and it might be one of those deterrents on that. Discharges, it's always a thorny problem, and I would remind this committee that when you look at any headlines saying 90 people waiting, that don't forget that's Plymouth, that's Exeter, Devon, and that's also Cornwall. And unfortunately, we get tied up in that, whereas we now have a much better system of getting people out. They can either go to rehab. We've got the online thing down at Astor, and that's a brilliant place to go for rehabilitation. If nobody's been down there to have a look, I would welcome you to go down and have a look at that system. But there's also then, we can put somebody within a care home on a temporary basis so that an assessment can be made if they're not suitable for going straight home. And I think that it's the assessments that are the most important thing to make sure that poor Mrs. Miggins or Mr. Miggins is going to the correct place so that they are safe and looked after. And I think that's what's important. Who wants to take the uplift bit? Helen? Lovely, thank you.
So could I clarify, was your question about the uplift of fees we pay to providers, or about what uplifts with fees we charge?
It's for our fees and charges. So I'll take Emma's point. We're probably not going to say until we know the final position what we'll pay extra to the care homes. But in terms of our fees and charges, standard fees and charges, what are they going up by?
They're going up 6% is the figure.
And how's that determined?
It's CPI, wasn't it?
Sorry, when we determined the increase, we didn't have the official September 6.7%. So the forecast was that it would be coming down to around 6.2. So increasing by 6.2 doesn't make an awful lot of sense. So we went for the pragmatic 6%.
So is it tally to the inflation rate in September, David, or? And if it is, would an adjustment now be made?
Well, so the government used the end of September as a yardstick. So this year we were fortunate, is that the right phrase, that it was still hovering higher than the OBR forecast. But so setting a budget, we have to take a stance. So we took the 6% that was the forecast.
Can I just say that, of course, that will also be the individual will then have to go through an financial assessment. So they will, it may well be that it doesn't go up so much to them. So that would be my only concern, is that we don't end up, sort of not maximising.
Through you, Chair, that's always the case, isn't it? Where a fee is levied, the ability to pay we take into account. But we all know that actually the settlement for OAPs is actually quite a reasonable settlement this year, isn't it? So we need to take that into account in also trying to balance our books. If pensions are going to get 9-10%, then we should take cognizance of that, because their care is extremely important to them, isn't it?
That will happen, definitely.
And you had a question about billing?
Yeah, so I asked this because I always remember, only not that long ago, a resident of mine sadly passed away. The family dealt with all the probate, and then all of a sudden one of our bills popped out of the woodwork months and months after. So what I'm asking is, how long do we take to bill, and how long do we take to recover our debt?
Yeah, so it's kind of an incomes question rather than accountancy, so I can find that out for you and let you know if that would be helpful.
So that's an action, Ross, I think, for a target, please.
Does that deal with your 4 questions?
Thanks, Chair.
Just returning, if I may, Councillor Aspinall, part of one of your questions, I think it was either 1 or 2, was that impact on overseas recruitment. And I think it's acknowledged that in other conurbations around the UK that will have a much greater impact than it might have on Plymouth. But I'm not sure there was a response there. Do you forecast or do you foresee it having a significant impact, not so significant? What's your feel on that at this stage?
Got Emma here who's got some figures that would be useful. So our Caring Plymouth partnership, which Councillor Aspinall alluded to, has managed to bring in 33 new recruits from overseas so far into the city for health and social care. That interestingly supports over 63,000 hours of capacity in the city in the social care system. So while it sounds like a relatively small number of people, the work they do is significant. So I was in the office yesterday with the team that supports that overseas recruitment programme and worked with Devon on that as well. And the honest answer is we don't yet know. Everyone was quite surprised by the announcement early in the week and just trying to work out what that would mean for our workers. We have a really good support programme around that programme, both sort of culturally and emotional support for those workers. So we will make sure the ones that are here are well supported, and we will think very carefully about the impact for future staff that might want to come across. So we don't yet quite know.
I'm grateful. I just wanted to tease out the response. Sorry for interrupting. Councillor Tippett.
Thank you, Chair. I believe my question is actually directed to Councillor Lowry, but it might cover both of your portfolios as well, Councillor Aspinall. I know that we were really concerned as a council when the initial £40 million of the Colin Campbell Court Health Hub was withdrawn. I know it's fantastic that, thanks to your hard work, Councillor Lowry, we have got the 25 million there, but have you got any future risk concerns about national NHS funding not being able to support the city's needs? And have you got any plans at the moment to address any of those at all?
Difficult, that needs to be split because that's capital, which obviously Councillor Lowry deals with compared to me dealing with the day-to-day management. So I'll leave the capital bit to Mark.
I'm almost tempted to say yes again. So we had the £40 million from government, regardless of what other people might say. You know, we spent £3 million on this project, and it was a national government project, and then they pulled the plug on it. A totally illogical decision in my view, but we are where we are. Now we've got a government-funded CDC programme, Community Diagnostic Centre, being brought forward on Colin Campbell Court. Public consultation took place last week, and in the coming weeks we will see a planning application be submitted. And we are working with the NHS, of course, because it's our land. So this project is being taken forward. And the only reason it's been able to move at the speed at which we're doing is because we are actually the landowner. Without that land, this wouldn't be coming our way. So it is about this council being proactive and providing that land to enable that building to take shape over the next 18 months on there. So that's the history of where that is, and I'm very confident that that will be delivered. I've had a number of meetings with the ICB about other projects and how we can expand the health needs of this city or the health outcomes of this city. And sadly, they're kind of frozen in time at the moment. There's no additional funding for any other capital programmes from the ICB until the earliest at 2025. But we're not sitting on laurels. In the absence of that money coming forward, we're working with other providers locally to see how we can help them. But additionally, when the tap does get turned back on, everyone says, right, off we go. Well, the point being, the reason we are successful as a council is we do the work beforehand to ensure that we've got a business case with all the right propositions in place to prove the outcomes. And then you hand it over to the government and say, give us some money. And they say, right, you're ready to go, and off you go. But that tap won't turn on back on into 2025, if that helps.
Councillor Rainsford.
Thank you, Councillor Darcy. St Peter's on the Waterfront has incredibly high levels of deprivation. It also has very poor health outcomes generally. Therefore, I agree with Councillor Tibbets. We were really delighted to see the diagnostic centre was going to be brought forward, because a lot of these people in St Peter and the Waterfront suffer at home in silence, aren't diagnosed, because they simply can't afford to go up to Derriford on a regular basis to have the various tests. So therefore, now we have this coming forward. There'll be more people going, more people getting diagnosed, and therefore more people coming into the potentially into the adult social care system. They're not there at the moment. What assessment's been made of the adequacy of the provision within the department, within adult social care, of dealing with that inevitable, I think, increase in demand?
I shall try. I think, firstly, it is really positive, isn't it, to make sure that there are health services locally within the communities to help drive up good outcomes. The work we do in terms of the joint strategic needs assessments of our city, along with working with our health partners, really helps us understand. So, for example, the consequences of people not going to their GP and their doctor means they turn up at a hospital with a higher acuity of need, which is one of the things when you listen to health services, they'll talk about are happening now. And we see those numbers today already coming through our system. We take that into our costing modelling, and then we look at all of that. We look at the joint strategic needs assessment, and then we take our best judgments around what that data is telling us in terms of our predictions for adult social care. So, for example, for next year on our budget, that's part of the process that we take. So it's not always, we haven't specifically considered the people in Waterfront. What we've looked at is the data in our city, which covers those pockets of deprivation as well as those other areas of the city, and we look at what's happening, and we use that with our strategic needs assessment, which comes from our public health colleagues, to help us predict what's going on and going to happen in future years. And then what we do, I'll complete that answer, if you like, to make it a really rounded response. We then will, through the year, monitor and check ourselves against those assumptions. And then what we do is, as we see, because you're never going to be right, are you? So you have to kind of learn where you're more right and more wrong, and then you kind of adjust yourselves in terms of the responses we take as a system, as well as an adult social care department.
Thank you. It's reassuring to know that there is an ongoing monitoring to see whether or not the projections are met, if you like. Thank you.
Sorry, Mary, did you want to add? Great. Councillor Tuffin.
Thank you, Chair. My question, I think, is to Gary, but or perhaps Mary. I mean, it's in a question of people receiving care at home. In the past, we had a policy of keeping people in their home. I guess that's still in place. But given the pressures on the cost of care and the difficulty of getting care staff, now I know how difficult care staff are to keep, is there a danger that anyone will be pressurised into residential care because A, the staffing levels for care in the home are not available, or B, because of the cost?
Ian, as far as I'm concerned, it's the right care for the person in the right place, and there shouldn't be any pressures to move. And I think it's what is right, and it's what is safe as well, isn't it? And that's why it has to be individualised. You can't just have a generic package that you give to somebody. You really, really have to have that the staff going in to assess as to what is needed. And yes, there is a very fine line then, isn't it, between what is right for that person, whether it's right to keep them at home safely or whether they cross that bridge. And I think that's what we have to be mindful of. as well as looking at anything else about, you know, whether it's their medical conditions, whether it's their psychological conditions, any of that. It's that holistic look at the person. And I would not want to hear that anybody is being pressured to do something that they were not ready and needing to do at that time. Emma, do you want to come in there?
Sense me itching to come in here. So, and also, you'll be aware, Councillor, talking through the COVID-19 pandemic, home care particularly was under significant pressure, and our waiting lists at times for domiciliary care went over 200. As of yesterday, 15 people are waiting for home care from the council, and the average waiting time is a week. So actually, what we know is that that sector, while it's still very challenging, has recovered well, and we have quite good capacity at the minute, and a choice of providers operating to provide care for people at home, which feels much better for us, that we've got that capacity at that part of the system.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. That leads on to the question of, as a member, whether it's being monitored, because it's not within your responsibility if someone getting a care package and their care worker fails to turn up for work, goes sick for whatever reason. So how do we as members get that information? I guess you do monitor it, and you do have those figures. But I think it's important that we get that information and that we know it's being monitored, because I accept you have no control over a care company whose staff go sick, and that's a regular occurrence, I guess. So just the monitoring and how members get that information, please.
Every health scrutiny panel has a performance data spreadsheet brought to them so that they can monitor what's happening within the organisation. Rob Snowden does a brilliant job of getting all those facts and figures together and doing that. I can understand your concern, but I've got to say, I don't know if it's a known fact particularly, but this last weekend there was a failure of the IT system which helped our domiciliary carers go and visit people. They worked between them without the system backing them up to know that Mrs. Miggins needed the visit and where to go, etc. And I've got to take my hat off to our domiciliary service over the weekend, when unfortunately the computer system said no, basically. And so I, in a sort of unusual way, that reassured me this weekend, because I didn't hear it initially from the staff. I heard it from another source, and it was just brilliant to know that that had all been sorted out and the system upheld itself, sort of thing. And it's that human touch, isn't it? The good old notebook that everybody's got, that they know where they've been and whatever, and they were able to pull that together. So I'm reassured with the quality of staff, but I'm also reassured that if there are any concerns, that comes through the system as well, and that the managers know what's happening in their patches, and that they know if there's a hiccup and if a company is not maintaining the standards we expect. And of course, adult safeguarding, we get concerns coming through the adult safeguarding team, and that needs to be, as always, followed up. So that's my reassurance. I can sleep at night because of that. Gary, do you want to come in?
Thanks, Mary. Councillor, just to add a couple of layers to that. So clearly, particularly for a domiciliary care business or any other business, people can be sick on any day and then not turn up. That is a business as usual process that people have to get right, because in this case it's about care for individuals. There are a couple of things I would just add. Firstly, from a CQC and regulatory point of view, any of those organisations that are registered with CQC have duties and obligations in that space to get it right. They can also, through processes we establish with them, let us know if they're struggling to get that right, so that we as a local authority can come in alongside them to support them, to make sure those people get care and support. There are then other mechanisms, aren't there? So individuals themselves, if that's happening, can let people know that's not happening and express the fact that they're worried, as well as those organisations having a duty to tell us if they're failing to give care. We can also then see this sometimes in more extreme circumstances through the safeguarding lens. We also monitor that through our commissioning arrangements with our providers. So there's lots of ways that we can start to hear about that information to then become more curious. If a provider isn't doing everything that they should, which is they should be telling us anyway, and I wouldn't want people to think that's not what providers do on the whole in this city, but there are other mechanisms by which we can find out that information to help support. Everyone in that business is there to care, and the majority of the times they do, but we recognise it's not always the case, is it?
Thank you. Councillor Murphy?
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow on from Councillor Tuffin, and it's great to hear that they said there's only 15 waiting for care packages. I'd like to know how long the assessments are taking for them to get a care package put together. I'm a little bit concerned because obviously sometimes, and I'm not sure what the waiting time now is for an OT assessment. I know at one point it was 12 months. I don't know what that is now. But my concern is if we've got people waiting that length of time to get an assessment, one, they can't get any help with a disability grant because they've not had an assessment, and two, in that period of time, they might have deteriorated. So it could be the case that actually it's going to cost us more money because we might have to put them into a care home, or because they're not capable of looking after themselves because they've not had that assessment. So I'd like to know what kind of waiting time there is for those issues.
Hi, Councillor, thank you. I don't have to hand the specific detail on actual waits for OT for social care assessors. What we will know is there will be people waiting, sometimes longer than they would like to happen. So I think we need to acknowledge that that is true. What I would like to say by way of reassurance for that is there are processes that we have in place and that the system has in place where people have to wait, and that is to ensure that what we're doing is there and we're available for those people with the most urgent and pressing needs, so we can get to them in a time that's right. And if people are waiting, what they should expect is that we should come back around that loop to check with them how are they doing, and they can also know if things are changing to come to us. So it's not always a great answer. Some people will wait longer than they would like, longer than we would like actually to get to them at times, but we are there and we do have a process which tries to make sure we pick out all of those people with the highest need to make sure we get there in the tiniest way we can.
I think the committee would be grateful, Gary, if possible. As Emma alluded to earlier, we were able to boast that 15 people are now waiting on the list, and I think Councillor Murphy's question is a very important one. What's the position like before we get to that point? So we're here for 2 days. I wonder if you might be able to get that figure, some understanding of that position. So when we eventually sum up after our 2 days of scrutiny, we can incorporate that into our discussions. So if it's not available now, I fully appreciate that. But if you can get it to us before close of play tomorrow, that'd be really helpful. Does that assist? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on my list, Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Chair. My question is about the no criteria to reside in hospital, and obviously we know that the figures are still, sort of in the red and not where we want to be, and also totally appreciate that that's including our Devon residents and also our Cornwall residents, and that is particularly been an issue from our discussions in scrutiny meeting. What protocols are sort of in place, or what processes are in place to try and really push home, because obviously it is having an impact, it could potentially have an impact on people being able to get into hospital if they're needing to because of the bed blocking situation. So that actually Cornwall are taking responsibility for their own if people are well enough to leave hospital. I appreciate what we've already said about care packages and the fact that actually it might be domiciliary care, it might be another package that's needed that means that they're preventing them from going. But how are we pushing to make sure that it's not having an detrimental impact here?
Can I say we can't be responsible for Cornwall? So I'm sorry, I'm not going down that line. We have a discharge team that works very hard to make sure that we can get people out. And that then is important. I mean, there's a saying that you start the discharge from an admission into hospital. You plan that. And that is when the team needs to be really looking and seeing what is needed. The number of people that are being held up isn't one of those causes for the ambulances being sitting outside Derriford, and we have to, that is a different perspective as well, that needs to be looked at. But we are doing everything we possibly can to get them out, and that discharge team is that most important thing. Most people coming out of hospital will not need any care at all. They'll be the walking, they won't need social care, they won't need this, that and the other, as long as they have their meds and the sort of follow-up to come back, they are fine. It's those people that are vulnerable and need our services that we have to make sure that they're going onto the right place. And that could be rehabilitation, it could be our rehab, or it could be Derriford also have a rehab unit now, or it could be they're going home in a safe way and to be managed there. So I think that's what we have to be doing. And so I think, I don't want to say take this the discharge thing with a pinch of salt, but I do think sometimes it seems more exaggerated than what it is. But I think Emma or Gary, did you want to come in with any more specifics on that?
Do you want me to? I'll just add a couple of comments. I mean, I guess firstly, on your Cornwall comment, what we can and we don't influence that, what I can tell you is I know there are always conversations across our whole system to make sure that we support our acute trust in terms of the best possible flow of people through it, and that happens daily, as do all of those processes. I guess the thing I just want to assure people about with regards to hospital, and what we start this process early in the year with our health colleagues, and we started it earlier this year than most, is of that preparation around what we do for winter. Then particularly there's a number of schemes and initiatives that we agree across the health and social care system to make sure that we enact things to do the best possible job we can to support people. One, making sure they can get a hospital. If they turn up at A&E, they get seen really promptly, and there aren't ambulances waiting outside, so we're avoiding admissions. That we're supporting flow through and discharging people. We're already well on the way. We've enacted lots of those winter plans now. The focus this year, ironically, because we've managed to try to stabilise some of our domiciliary care workforce, just picking up on some of the other questions that we had, home is best. So a lot of our schemes this winter are really trying to focus and push on making sure people go home so they don't need to go to a bed if we can avoid that at any cost, and that's a really positive thing. So there's lots of initiatives that go on, but the system is very challenged, isn't it? And it continues to be, and it's a national profiled thing. But I guess from my point of view, is that assurance that people are relentlessly focused on what they can do to support discharge and avoid people getting into hospital, and of course have the best possible journey through their care experience.
And to avoid readmissions where possible.
So we're using the virtual ward sort of scenarios as much as we possibly can to make sure that we're supporting. I'm very aware that obviously not everybody technically is able to work with sort of virtual, so we're supporting people to be able to do.
And that's why it's individuals. It's not a joint, a mass thing. You have to have that individual care. And Natalie, as you know that's important. But
absolutely, so that is one of the schemes this year, as is a peripatetic team to support home care. So that runs alongside as well as quite a significant piece of work the ICB have done around falls and falls prevention. So preventing people from need to, as Gary said, to need to go in the first place. So it is very much focused this year on that kind of front end of the system. Previous years we've done things like set up care hotels, so lots more reliance on beds. And it is a real shift this year, isn't it, in terms of much more around keeping you well, keeping you safe at home. So it does feel like a very different plan for this winter than the last few years.
Thank you. Councillor Poyser.
Thank you, Chair. A question for either Gary or Emma, maybe between you. Firstly, just like to echo Councillor Nicholson's sentiments around the hard work that goes on within the care sector under quite challenging and difficult circumstances. I think my concern is around the recruitment gap. So it's pleasing to hear that you're tackling that. The Care Devon campaign, excellent. Something I shared on social media recently as well, and will be continued to promote. I think first question is the difference. Is that separate from our international recruitment, as well as our homegrown sort of talent, developing that? So just that's the first question. Is that two separate projects, essentially, or initiatives? The second one is around equality between those workers. There's been lots of reports recently around recruiting from overseas, putting pressure on overseas, or already overstretched overseas healthcare provision in some developing nations. And then once those workers are here, they've got their own particular set of challenges as well around right to remain and also paying healthcare precepts as well. And those can be financially challenging as well for those individual workers as well. So it's pleasing that there's something in place for their well-being and their care, but just thinking more about the equality of those workers overall. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've actually got it open in front of me, so this is not coming from my memory. The Care in Plymouth programme, it's multifaceted. So it's things like going into schools and starting conversations with children really early, so that they understand that care is a worthwhile career, and a career where they can progress and have an amazing sort of work life, which is something I don't remember as a child anyone ever suggesting to me that a career in care was worth doing. So we're trying to change the culture and get in earlier. There is the overseas recruitment programme, which we work with our Devon colleagues on. There is a supported employment programme as part of that, to bring those with sort of greater challenges of their own, to help them into employment in care. There's a sector-based work academy programme which helps our unemployed learners as well. So there's a whole different set of that, of which overseas recruitment is one strand. In terms of equality, it's a really tricky one, and the team are really acutely aware of that. So we've also seen some challenges, not so much here but elsewhere, around modern slavery for those workers. So everyone's really alert to the various different pressures that they may face. And the support programme that we have, which Plymouth Hope deliver for us, aims to sort of really wrap around those workers and think about all those things. So their employment rights, their right to remain, as well as their contact with families, cultural needs, etc. So it's an ongoing challenge for us, but it's something that the team is really tapped into, because we recognise there can be a difference. So yeah, it's an ongoing work in progress, I would say.
I just want to add one point to that, because Emma shared some numbers with you earlier around our international recruitment. So I would call it an important but small number in our city. That also means, because it's a small number, there are more opportunities for us to support and manage and do it well and try to give ourselves the best possible assurance. So I think just the message I'd like to just make sure that people hear.
I'd just like to say, regardless of whether I'm enormously grateful for the work that they do within the city.
Thank you. Councillor Bingley.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to revisit slightly off a tangent Councillor Tippett's question, and focus it more around the support that we get from other agencies, or lack of support in my view. So one of the ways, obviously, of mitigating soaring costs, particularly around sort of public health, is actually getting the money that we deserve and we pay into NHS Devon. And there was the Colin Campbell Court was an extremely complex situation to navigate for both administrations, and I'm grateful to Councillor Lowry and Councillor Aspinall at the time for all of us to sort of sit down and meet and navigate when it was announced that we weren't getting the funding. But the funding was a complex one in that we expected it from NHS Devon, and so did national government. So they were putting money into the pot, and there was kind of this sort of lack of understanding, I think it's fair to say, on all sides. So my point is that we have systematically asked NHS Devon, at least since I've been on the council, that where's our fair share? And it's called this fair shares. So we've asked under different administrations, and what is the data? Can we please have that data of fair shares from NHS Devon that Plymouth deserves? And it should be a specific number, and it should relate fairly to what we pay in as taxpayers. The second thing is that can they itemise, NHS Devon itemise specifically what they provide for Plymouth within these city boundaries? Because there's a lot of stuff. For example, they were press releasing about Colin Campbell Court and how they were funding it and the rest of it that has not come to fruition. So I personally, I think this committee should see what it is that NHS Devon provide for the people of Plymouth. Thirdly, really, we've asked those two questions. Can we please have a cut-off date to NHS Devon for the information that we've asked for? Because I've been in umpteen meetings since I've been a member asking for this fair share data, asking for what it is they actually provide, and I've still not seen the raw data, and it's public information. I have to say well done to Councillor Aspinall, Councillor Lowry, and to those that were involved before, for including Councillor Nicholson actually, for applying pressure, because it's great being a unitary authority, but sometimes you get very much overlooked systematically by a big amorphous unaccountable organisation, and that's how I came to view NHS Devon, I'm afraid, towards the end of my time back in March.
Councillor Lowry, that one's for you.
Well, I'd love to be able to say yes again, but of course I can't, because we're not the governing body in this instance. So I'm sorry to say that you as a committee are going to have to think of an appropriate recommendation where you can not only obtain that data that you're looking for, but also perhaps hold people to account. You know, you do have the ability to call people in and ask them to explain themselves. So I think you need to think very carefully about the methodology of your recommendation in this area to obtain the information you want, Councillor Bingley. That would be my response, I'm afraid.
That's been noted. I think a very good point. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the Health and Adult Social Care Committee were given an excellent presentation by Emma in relation to zoning for the relet of domiciliary care contracts moving forward. It's a very just clear question, Emma. In terms of the next financial year's budget, is there any benefit to the budget? You know, will that have taken place by then, or is there any implications to the budget where we're benefiting financially, or the system will just benefit because we're approaching a different style of contract, which makes great sense that workers work in an area rather than crisscrossing the city? So, simple question. Thanks, Chair.
So we're working on the business case for that at the minute, which needs to come to Cabinet in the spring. We will then need to procure those new contracts, which, as you know, takes time. However, it's not going to stop us trialling new things with those providers sooner. So I don't have a sort of target or exact figure in mind for how soon we can do that, but we want to be signalling to those providers as soon as possible, and there are regular forums with them, the changes we are proposing. We talked, I think, at Scrutiny about how that needed to be incremental anyway. We weren't able to do a big bang because we didn't want to disrupt anybody's care. So the contract will follow, and the business case and the contract will follow, but we will be trying next year to begin that shift to people getting care in their local neighbourhood as much as we can.
Thanks. But will that mean the budget is the same as last year? So any benefits will be that we can hopefully deal with more people, or is there an implication on the finances, please?
So just to touch on that, I just wrote down some of the things that I think are beneficial. We talked a bit about workforce today. It's a really positive thing if we can achieve that you don't have carers having to drive all around the city to provide care. That one, hopefully that's a benefit for them. It's a benefit for the providers because they then have to pay all of that time and travel, and that's not really the time they earn. They earn when they care. There's a benefit for us and them in that hopefully that means a bit less of the travel and a bit more of the care where they earn. So I think, and that's good for us because that's more hours for our communities to support. So I think for me, it's not necessarily something that we're going to say we do this, therefore we see lots of pounds come out. But I think we do it, we hope it supports our providers to go on to provide the care in a more effective, efficient way, which actually is a part of an offer, if you almost like, to providers around how we help them do their business in a way which makes better sense. And that's why we're quite interested and really quite passionate about trying to get this kind of model in place if we can.
Just a follow-up for Gary, because it doesn't really affect Emma, but clearly this, I think, is certainly a way forward. We might pick up on that if you're here for the children's bit around school transport, because I think zoning services can actually have a benefit. So I'd like to explore that when we get to the session on home to school transport.
Chair, can I also say, of course, it all helps with our carbon neutrality, and certainly with conversations with Tom Brisdale, from that perspective, we all need to think about how we can make that difference, and this is part of that conversation as well.
Thank you. Yeah. Councillor Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. Just bringing it on to homelessness, so sort of changing slightly what we're talking about. And I know we've recently had an increase.
Councillor Carlisle, that's...
Oh, am I on the wrong part?
Yeah.
Oh, ignore me. I'll save it for another time.
Keep your powder dry.
I'm going to keep it.
You're just teasing us now. I know it's going to be a great question. You pitched it up.
Okay.
I have Councillor Rainsford.
Thank you. My question's about adult safeguarding costs. Looking at the section on page 63, it's a little bit contradictory, and I'm not quite sure what your budget assumptions have been there for, because it talks about overall numbers being steady and decreasing slightly. The number of referrals to concern has gone down for the last two years, but within that text, it then says the overall trend is up. And I wondered how you'd managed the budget, therefore. Were you making an assumption that it was steady, or had you allowed in your budget an increased amount because of the upward trend?
So I can't see the information you're referring to. I can talk about that, but I'm trying to...
It's page 63, and it's what we know, it says, and the risk assessment. Budget Scrutiny, it's a supplementary paper.
That's 63 at the top of the page, yeah? Yeah. So PDF 63, yeah. That's all right. It's quite confusing. We've got 2 packs to go through.
Yeah, it's 2 packs.
So build more homes for social rent and affordable ownership is the header, is that right?
Sorry, could you say that?
Taking the lead, building more homes for social rent and affordable ownership. No?
No,
I'm confused.
It's not that 63.
It's page 63, it says taking the lead, what we know.
Yeah, what we know, she's on the
Yes. It is the
yeah,
header.
I know.
Yes, yeah.
That's that one.
Yep.
Yeah, what we know.
Too many papers.
Yeah, that's Larry and Penberthy.
Isn't that for homelessness and Councillor Penberthy's session? Is it not?
Well, that's one. That's what I'm saying, Chair. I think there's so many different
There's a
things
crossover.
that Alison, could you bring your paper here to show us what we're talking about, please?
Yeah. So, I think I found it, and I just to go back over your question was around that performance and then how that affects the budget.
Sorry, and how the budget therefore was drawn? Was it drawn on the basis it was steady, or that there was an underlying upward trend still?
So it's, with adult safeguarding, I'm going to say it's slightly different in terms of how we do our budget planning. Adult safeguarding, what we need to do is make sure we have sufficient staff available to make sure we receive all that information and then go out and act and support individuals. What we've seen in our post-pandemic recovery is we saw lots of things coming through with a safeguarding badge, which aren't what we would technically call adult safeguarding when we look at them. Hence, you'll see us doing lots of work to change the numbers. In terms of costs, in our budgets, we have costs for teams. So we contract with Live Well South West, who do a lot of work here in this area, as well as we do in the council. So we budget for teams to deal with that volume. We did have to increase our costs slightly whilst we dealt with some of the peaks of that volume to get the work into the right place. But that then, the rest of the support that goes on for those individuals is already in our care package support arrangements. What you tend to get with your safeguarding incidents is things that aren't working well, or people where things haven't gone right, where you need to go back in and get things reset to make sure they're okay and that they're safe. So it's not strictly more referrals, more cost in your budget. It's more activity for our staff and more work. So it does affect our staffing budget. But when you look at the size of our budget, that's not the most significant factor, although it is part of our considerations. I hope that answers.
All right, thank you for the clarification, it's very helpful.
The whole thing of safeguarding is obviously of paramount importance to us, and that has to take preference, yeah.
Mr. Stevens.
Thank you. I've got another safeguarding question as well. On the supplement pack, it states that there's been a downward turn in the number of referrals this last year, but there's an upward trend over the 5 years. But equally, only 12%, down from 18%, of those referrals were turned into concerns. Is there a story to be understood about why there are so many referrals? Is it about public information? Is it about communication between healthcare, social care staff and families and so on? Can I have an answer to that, please?
The thing with safeguarding is that it's right, if it's right to make a referral in, you make a referral in. But when we were looking at the figures, it would appear that some organisations they'd sent it in, and then somebody else would send it in and whatever, and that would carry on. So you'd have the same referral several times, thinking that it would bump it up the priority. And as you know, John, safeguarding is an issue that has to be dealt with. And just because 6 people send it in doesn't make it more important. It's still important, and it needs to then to be assessed correctly and managed. So that, and the work is now being done with our providers to make sure that they know what's appropriate to go in and how it's appropriate to send it in. And I think that's reducing that. But Gary, I'll leave it to Gary to explain a little bit further about that.
Well spotted and good question. But I guess just to add, what we did earlier this year was we commissioned through our safeguarding partnership, which is independently chaired, we commissioned a bit of work to look at the number of referrals we were getting, because they were much higher than we felt was right and reasonable. And we wanted to understand that more. That work is concluded, and we're now into the work to get that resolved in terms of, I say right sizing, that's the wrong language to use. But what we learned was that a lot of things were coming and they shouldn't. They need to be dealt with in a more appropriate place. So we're now doing the work to get those things to the right place first time, rather than take a route through adult safeguarding. And that work is happening. What you then expect to see is less referrals, therefore your percentage of inquiries go up. And that's what we've started to see now in terms of the way that we're shifting that. But like everything we do with volume work, you don't turn that boat quickly. You sometimes would think you shouldn't turn it quickly because you need to do it in a really managed way. And that's the work that the teams are doing now.
A supplementary, please. I get that as well, because it is, you don't want to miss an opportunity, and people see different people in different guises. Would it be helpful to report on the number of people? So if you have a referral for one person, that's one person, 6 referrals but another person, that would then be 2 people. Is that any help to know, to get an idea of how many people actually are subjected to a safeguarding concern?
We do report on people.
Yeah.
And we also look at instances of referrals because that also tells us something as well, and instances of concern, because that's helpful information for that process.
Thank you very much.
Can I just say that on the website we've put something else out. Emma, do you want to explain what it is?
Yeah, so an awful lot of this is around professionals' confidence, because safeguarding situations can be really tricky, can't they, to deal with. So we've launched an advice line for professionals where anybody can ring in and seek just to chat to somebody about a situation and get some advice, and that will then help to direct them whether this is a safeguarding referral or there's another route. So that came in probably about a month ago, I think, didn't it, Gary? So out of the audit. So it was an action coming from that piece of work Gary mentioned. So things are really starting to happen now. But this gives us sort of immediate support for professionals so they can just have conversations about what they're worried about.
And I guess that would be similar to the gateway that used to happen in children's social care a few years ago, where people would phone up just for, can I run this past you, prior to turn it into a referral and then the next day.
Exactly that, and there isn't the equivalent in children's. There's an early help advice line that does the same thing. So anybody working out in the community who thinks, I'm just not sure, has that opportunity to have that conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tuffin.
Thank you, Chair. I hope I don't sound critical, because I much admire your service, and probably in this room I know quite a lot about it. But in the past, particularly with nursing care, there's always been a difficulty. And I mean, I'm asking this question because it may have an impact on the budget. In differentiate between what is nursing care, what is social care, and particularly in the area of dementia, Alzheimer's, particularly from the public's perspective, because they're very unsure whether their loved ones need nursing care or social care. And there's always been a really good relationship to a point, because like the council, NHS are budget keepers and they guard their budgets like we all do. So in the past, we've had difference of opinions and difficulties in deciding who it should be funded for nursing care and who should be funded for social care. So I wonder if you could kind of talk a little about that, and also cover the fact that these issues have an impact on the budget, because we're getting greater numbers of elderly people, so that concentration is increasing, whether you feel that's going to have a future impact.
Thank you, Ian. As you're well aware, we have to monitor that ratio between domiciliary care, home care, in that respect, and then looking at whether people need residential care or nursing care. And of course, nursing care is the one that is more expensive to do. So yes, we need to be mindful of that, but that shouldn't stop us. If that assessment they need that care, then they should be having it. And certainly we'll be looking at those ratios of nursing care and residential care, and do we have the right beds in the right places, etc. And that needs to be done, I would say, fairly swiftly to find out what's happening there. In regards to the NHS, it comes back to what Councillor Bingley was saying, really, doesn't it? You know, we all know it's a battle because their budgets are tight, etc. But that, if a person needs care and it's nursing care and it's NHS should provide it, then we will make sure that we get that money from them. But it's not always easy, and it's not easy for the family either. Because you talk about dementia care, we all know that going to continuous health care is very difficult to get. And so therefore we need to be making sure that advocacy is going, and we're making sure that we're fighting those corners for people. I think that's it. But Gary will probably be better placed to answer about how he gets the pounds, shillings and pence from the NHS.
Thanks, Mary. And Councillor, I guess it's really important, isn't it, for us to acknowledge a couple of things. Firstly, we work in a really integrated system. We've got integrated adult health and social care workers to do those assessments, and we also work in an environment where we've got a Section 75 arrangement around money. And I think these are really important, because what this is about is taking money away from the front line and letting assessment do the thing it needs to do. And what assessment needs to do is describe somebody's need. And for those people that you've described, you would want that assessment to involve both health and social care staff, and let that drive the care and support that goes to those people. And then the money conversation is very important, but it doesn't happen in that place. It happens further away from that place. There are some instances where there will be disagreements, and that is right, and that is what should happen. Our system's equipped for that because it has protocols for that, and we have escalation processes where we should and may disagree with things, then we start to escalate that into different sets of concerns. But I think it's really important. The Section 75 was there to make money everyone's problem to talk about. There are rules and guides around that, and we use them well. But assessment is what determines what care and support somebody gets. Then in the background, sometimes where it's complicated, we have to draw that line and try and draw that line between a health and a social care need. But our staff are really good at doing that if we'll allow them. And I think that's the thing we need to do, is give them the space. And hopefully that's what our arrangement does.
And of course, if a person hasn't got family to help support them through this, then there is an advocacy programme that we can utilise to make sure that somebody has that support as well, independently.
Councillor Blythe.
Thank you, Chair. I want to come back to the issues raised by Councillor Stevens and adult safeguarding. It's reassuring to see that the safeguarding rates have come down to 12%, and in 2021 it was 18%. Just seeking some reassurance, really, that that isn't being driven by a lack of funding in the system, and so the issues that would have been addressed in previous years are being overlooked or downgraded so that it's not costing the system as much.
I think there needs some fine tuning on that test, so I'll ask Gary to explain a little bit further.
I think what adult safeguarding can do sometimes is give you some insight into some things that may not be working well systemically in your system. So it can do some of that, and that's an important part of adult safeguarding, is to make sure we can look and understand those things where they exist. And a good example would be, wouldn't it, through the pandemic, where we were having problems with workforce, there were more and more concerns being raised about people's care at that time. And what adult safeguarding does is give you the check and balance to make sure you get that sorted through. So it can do that. It's really hard to know what does good look like in terms of the number of adult safeguarding referrals or concerns that you would expect the system to see. And I'm not sure anyone's really been able to answer that. What we do is we look nationally across how performance is, and we benchmark ourselves against comparator authorities to see if similar things are happening in our city to other places, and then we get curious if they're not, to try to understand it. So it's hard to put a target of 15% or 20% is good, because actually what you do want is safeguarding, as we will talk about, is everybody's business, and you do want people saying, I'm worried. You should not expect everyone to be thoroughly understanding what technically we might view as safeguarding, but you'd much prefer to get their concern, wouldn't you, so that you can look and check those things through. So I can't give you a really straightforward answer, because I don't think the world of safeguarding is like that. We're confident of the work we do in adult safeguarding. We're confident we look at our referrals and we use that information. For example, if we get a lot of concerns around a particular provider, whoever they are, then we start to become much more curious in a different way with that provider to try to make sure there's nothing else going on in there that we need to know about, so we can get that worked out with them to make sure people are cared for, looked after, and are feeling and are actually safe.
Just to add as well, it does, another sort of reason things can ebb and flow is what's going on in the city. So, particular court cases, particular incidents. In COVID, we know that people, because they were at home, were much more curious about what their neighbours were up to. So, you know, people were making sort of phone calls and reporting people. And so sometimes our population is much more switched on to safeguarding and the sort of practicalities of safeguarding than at other times. So it does change, but certainly we have seen patterns over the last couple of years where people have been much more alert to what's going on in their communities than otherwise.
Thank you. Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is on the health inequalities and how we're planning to tackle that with respect to the fact that women are likely to be disproportionately affected by the budget. I also kind of want to understand what stretch savings means. I don't quite understand what that means, if that's possible. Thank you. Sorry, it's page 17.
I'll take the easy bit, stretch target. I suppose that's just management speak, I suppose, really, Councillor Riley. And I think what we should, some targets are easier to deliver than others, so we call them stretch targets, really. So, you know, instead of delivering £1, we're asking to deliver £1.50 type stuff, and it's sadly nothing other than management speech. It is literally a target, nothing more than that, really. Sorry for the confusion.
Thank you. Are you happy with the stretch analogy now?
Yeah, no, that's cool. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
understand that now.
I'm mindful that a lot of this is, by the very nature of what we're discussing in budget review, a lot of this has been discussed recently in other scrutiny panels, but it's good that it's all ventilated here today. Thank you, Julie.
So, if I understood it right, you were asking particularly about women's inequalities and health. Is that correct? So, that I think in previous meetings and Health and Wellbeing Board discussions that Ruth has given information from, she has talked about that, and there will be a piece of work exploring that in more depth, and we'll be able to bring information from that review to the relevant panels and boards as that progresses. Obviously, sitting within that is our kind of 10 years of health inequalities plan, which is Thrive Plymouth, and that's ongoing with annual launches, and we're currently in the process of evaluating that and thinking about our next steps. So all of those things can start to bring that together and develop our thinking going forward on that.
I'm grateful. Councillor Aspinall, a question, if I may, in terms of the budget, and in particular, considering the pressures on your budget this year, at this stage of the financial year, but certainly it's been a very difficult year in terms of ongoing costs for your budget area. And looking ahead, which is what we're doing today, trying to set next year's budget based on a number of assumptions, of course, that we still don't know yet. How confident are you? And as you look at Councillor Lowry, he's already given me assurances that it'll all be rosy. But well, we have a resignation of rosy, and we're not quite sure which we prefer. But how confident are you that not only will you close out this year, because there's still a significant gap, but looking at next year's, are you adequately resourced for next year's pressures? Because in one of the earlier questions, it's still we're still unsure as to whether we're going to experience different pressures next year than what we've experienced this year and what we experienced last year. So in a roundabout way, confidence in closing the gap this year, because that will inform what we do next year, and have you got adequate resource next year? So those are my questions for you.
Confidence in this year, as much as I possibly can be confident at this stage, because obviously there's still a few months to go. And I certainly know the team are working very hard to make sure that it is closed. And certainly at the moment, I've not got either David Northey or Mark Lowry knocking on my door saying, "Here, what you up to?" because it ain't going right. So yes, and I think everybody is pulling together to make sure that we do. However, I have to say that there could be a bad winter and we could end up with far more people needing to come out of hospital and needing packages of care. So my crystal ball is a little bit cloudy, I'm afraid. But certainly we will be making sure that we make every effort to do that without falling short of our requirements. And it's as simple as that. You know, we need to know everybody is safe. As for next year, I do have concerns. I'm still waiting for that local government settlement to find out what they're going to give us. We know that the public health budget, we have always been under-financed as far as I'm concerned with the public health budget. And I'm talking about going back 20 years. So, but the public health budget, they manage to do it every year. It always comes in under they spend less than what they have got in their budget. So that isn't the least of my worries. So Julie and Ruth, don't get nagged too much. But for everything else, we've really got to look at it and see what's happening. I am concerned about the fact that government will not give us that extra money we need for the cost of the rise in the minimum wage. Helen Watley definitely said last week, no way were they doing it. So that's got to be a concern. So I'm cautiously optimistic, but we will not be taking our eye off the ball, and we're going to need to see what happens. And we need to be trying to make sure that the service that is given now is comparable, and we look to how we can make sure it fits within that envelope. And that's not an easy task.
I would just add that I'm more than comfortable with adults compared to children, homelessness, etc. This is in a better shape than it has been for a long, long while, and the team are doing a fantastic job. However, the government's announcement around immigration, none of us know the impact of that yet, and that could have a situation where many care providers turn around and start handing back the keys, which you've discussed today already. So I would plead with you at some stage on work programmes or recommendations to fully understand the potential implications of that from a risk perspective to this council.
I'm very grateful. Thank you so much for your attendance today and for responding and providing answers to the committee. We're grateful for your attendance. Thank you. Members, that concludes session 2. As much as you're all probably keen to stay here and discuss matters, I invite you to take lunch and come back for 2:15, if that assists. And we'll do a quick recap when we return before we go into the next session. Super.
2:15, we're coming back.
2:15 or whenever you can make it. Thank you. Thank you, members. Welcome back. I hope you had time to grab a lunch and deal with other matters. We are now at session 3. Jemima, give us a wave if you can hear us. Thank you so much for joining. Councillor Creswell, thank you for attending. I think it'd be very helpful to everybody in the room if we perhaps go around the table just to do introductions, and then we'll hand over to you, Councillor Creswell and Councillor Lang, in case you want to introduce this session. So perhaps if we may just do introductions. Thank you.
I'm Councillor Sally Creswell. I am the Cabinet Member for Education, Skills and Apprenticeships.
Good afternoon, everyone. David Haley. I'm the Permanent Strategic Director of Children's Services.
Biggest cheer of the day.
Oh, thank you very much. That's very kind. Thank you.
Afternoon, I'm Nigel Denning. I'm the Service Director for Children, Young People and Family Services.
Afternoon, everyone. Matthew Fulton, Leader County Manager for Children, Young People and Families.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Louise Jenkins and I'm the Leader Accountancy Manager for Education, Participation and Skills.
And last but certainly not least, Councillor Lang.
I'm Councillor Jemima Lang and I have the children's portfolio, and I do apologise for not being there in person.
It's very pleasing to see you. We hope you are continuing to recover. Thank you for joining us. I'm not sure how you wish to split this up, Councillor Creswell, Councillor Lang. Who's going to introduce the session? If you're both going to speak, or if it's just one of you. I'll look to you, Councillor Creswell, as you're in the room.
We're both going to speak. Councillor Lang, Jemima, shall I go first and you go second, or would you prefer to go first?
No, that's absolutely fine with me if that's all right with you, Chair.
Right, thank you.
As in you go first, sorry, Sally.
We're just too polite. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me along, and we'll try and see that we can have a really productive session. So I'll start off by saying that the variation between the 2023 and 2024-5 budget is the Education, Participation and Skills budget for 2023-2024 is set at 12.576 million. The Education, Participation and Skills Service was given a budget uplift of 1.370 million in 2023-2024 to allow for expected cost and volume pressures within home and school transport, £1 million, and send short breaks, £0.37 million. 2023-2024 in-year monitoring, the Education, Participation and Skills budget has a current overspend of 1.889 million. This is due to an increase in children who have met the statutory threshold and an increase in costs, predominantly related to home to school transport, which I expect we will explore at some length in this meeting. The number of children with an educational healthcare plan, that's the term EHCP, has risen by 36% over the past year, and I expect that'll be another area that will be explored. We are delivering the local area SEND action plan, that's special educational needs, following the SEND inspection, which was back in June 2023, and to improve inclusion and school attendance and reduce mobility and exclusions, and I expect we'll have some discussion about that as well. All other budget areas, though, are currently predicted balanced by the end of the year. The 2024-2025 budget, an additional 2.142 million funding is required for 2024-2025 due to additional pressures within home to school transport due to an increase in the number of children and costs. The department recognises the requirement to maximise efficiencies and improve and seek changes that result in financial benefits, and therefore long-term actions are being produced to control costs and demand. And I'd just like to say as well, some of the things we are proposing are in fact not only to reduce costs, but also to benefit children as well and young people and make them more independent. We'll probably explore those as well. Our priority focus to reduce costs of home to school transport is whole school inclusion, more children's needs being met in school or specialist provision close to home. There is without doubt a correlation between children being maintained as much as possible in within their local schools rather than being in specialist provision. And as much as we can do that, that will naturally reduce long-term costs as far as homeschool transport is concerned. We need more special schools and specialist places available in Plymouth. By doing so, again, it means to say that those specialist places are being provided within our school estate, which makes them far cheaper than, for example, children being placed either a long way away outside of the locality or perhaps being placed in a private sector arrangement, which might be more expensive. And again, obviously, it's beneficial to the child to be as close to home as possible. We're looking at route optimisation, which is another area that we're exploring, and I can talk a little bit more about that. We are trying to reduce single-use taxi routes, another area that I can also explore and we can talk about together. And I can see Councillor Carlisle's head nodding because she knows about this really well. About purchasing new route planning and optimisation software. I think the last lot of software was in 2015, I think, something like that. And procurement and commissioning to drive down costs, and some expectation of schools and parents. And perhaps when I say that, I'm also saying that for parents who have special needs children who might be within special place settings and such, it's sometimes quite difficult for parents to make that decision about their child becoming more independent and being able to travel independently. So actually, this is a piece of work not just about financial needs, but also about hearts and minds as well. We need to actually have parents on board so that we can actually have more independent travel. And I'm quite happy to answer further questions and explore other areas. Thank you very much.
Councillor Lang, did you want to introduce your aspects of the portfolio?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair, if that's okay. I have just a brief introduction, just to add a bit of context really to the numbers in front of you and the report in front of you. In this financial year, 23-24, the budget pressures described in the report are as a result of high-cost children's residential placements and the use of independent fostering agencies to look after some of our children. And I have to say, at a national level, I've been banging on about this for ages, as have a lot of people, around the costs of residential placements, and didn't seem to be getting any national traction, but I feel now it is, because it's not just a Plymouth problem, it's a regional problem, it's a national problem, and I'm really pleased to see that the Education Select Committee is going to be looking at this now and is calling for evidence, and also the LGA has launched a campaign on this issue. And as I said, it's really important to note it's not just a problem confined to Plymouth, but I really think, and you'll see in this report, and we'll discuss during this session, I'm sure, the real concrete steps that we are taking to tackle this issue as far as we can. We've had additional investment in 23-24 to increase social worker capacity to manage the numbers of children who need our safeguarding, our help and our protection, and the project managers we need to support the delivery of our programmes of improvement. And in 24-25, additional investment is also proposed to meet the needs of the predicted number of children and families who will need our services. And to bring caseloads, crucially, to bring caseloads down for social workers so that they have no more than 20 cases each. And the quid pro quo for that is that the quality of work will improve, and that means better outcomes for children. Better quality equals better outcomes, equals fewer children in need of statutory services and being in our care. The additional investment also will allow us to reduce the number of children who are in high-cost placements by earlier intervention and earlier targeted support. And we are absolutely determined to increase the number of in-house foster carers. And to that end, we are holding a foster care summit to look at a really tempting revised package of support to make sure that people choose us as their first choice if they're thinking about becoming foster carers. And we're also looking at how we can enable more children to live with extended family members, connected carers, because all of this in the long term is right for the children and also reduces costs to the council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lang. I'm going to open it up to members now. I've got a couple of names on the list already. Councillor Stephen is first. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both, Jemima and Sally, for that kick-off for us today. Because as you said, Jemima, getting it right for children with particular needs at the start is morally right, but also it's a saving for the country long run, because there are high chances, based on data, that children who don't get their special educational needs met when they're younger can end up being disenfranchised in society, have a higher chance of being involved in crime and social care and so on. And there's obviously fragmentation of family issues here. So we've got the budget as it is, and I'll be the first to say, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, that it's nationally funding for special needs doesn't match demand. But within the budget that we have allocated, and I was heartened to hear today that there are no savings expected next year in the education, in the children's budget, what can be done differently with the money we have in Plymouth to provide for children with special needs, which will have a best outcome for them as individuals, but also it's given us better value for money. So, for example, how can homeschool transport be reviewed? What partnerships are there working now, particularly as we've got a SEND improvement plan that needs to be owned by every educational setting in the city and health to meet its ambitious aims, the right aims, and also what steps are being considered to ensure children don't have to be transported out of their communities unnecessarily if they can be educated on a mainstream site with the right provision, because when that happens, the children with SEN win, but so does every other child in the school if it's managed properly, that they learn to grow up in an inclusive environment. So we've got the money we've got, how can we spend it better?
I think that one's directed at me. Right, well, the first thing I'd say is one of the key things about this is actually, I'm going to start with planning, in that we need to actually, we're in a position where there are limited resources. We know that we have limited resources, but good planning and planning of school places is one way of tackling, it's not the only way, but it is one way of tackling the problem. And I think, as I said in my introduction, there is a strong correlation. If you look at, I've spent a lot of time looking at other local authorities and looking at the positions therein and their authorities of different political persuasions and complexions. And there's certainly a correlation between having well-planned special educational needs provision and such, and lower transportation costs. And of course, there's a correlation there as well with, these are also local authorities that you look at, and you see that their SEND inspection was actually put them in a category of 1 or 2. So there's obviously a good correlation there. So there's a piece of work that's going on within the council, which I think is being done by Mastodon C, which is actually looking at the statistical analysis of special educational needs and provision that's actually required. Because it's only by looking at what you've got and what you need that you can then actually make predictions of what you actually need and require. And so that's a really important piece of work. I think also coupled with that as well is looking at the resources that we have in terms of schools and school provision, is that we know that there is going to be a fall in numbers as far as primary provision is concerned. We've already had a bit of an expansion or proposed expansions that are happening in a couple of our special schools, Milford and Cambridge. But also, as you will know as well, Councillor Stevens, in your previous life, that you can have within schools sometimes provision for specific learning needs and pods which can work very effectively. And that will probably be one, I'm not saying necessarily, but that would be one of the areas to approach, because what we do want to do is to include as many children as possible within mainstream schools. One of the issues in our Ofsted inspection was the issue about inclusion, and if we can include as many children as possible, that is good. There will always be some children who need to have very, very specialist provision, but we need to be able to have this sort of confidence of parents and carers that we actually have our children, as many of them possible, within mainstream school. And if we do, that has one of the bases of being able to reduce our requirement for example, transport, homeschool transport, because children won't be travelling so far. It's also got the effect of an environmental effect and all those things. And so long term, that will actually reduce costs as well. This is also a hearts and minds issue as well, because what's happened, and you will see from the data, that we've had over 30% increase in educational healthcare plans. I've been really interested to look at, we currently have 1,753 children on educational healthcare plans, and many of those being generated and pushed by parents. We need to keep more, we need to make sure that our whole SEND system is working, so that we have more of our children actually in what is in fact the graduated approach. So there's early intervention, and you don't end up with being forced to a point of having an educational healthcare plan, because that's not a magic bullet. So it's about hearts and minds, it's about early intervention, which is one of the key things that we're working on. And I have to say, we've got a SEND Improvement Board next week, and certainly one of the areas that we've made a real move on in terms of one of the working groups has actually been on the graduated approach, which is really very encouraging. Thank you.
Was that to Councillor Lang also in terms of getting best value?
It can be, and also to David as well, because as coming in with fresh eyes,
indeed,
and at a critical point in our children's care and education service, it'll be useful to have David's feedback, and for Councillor Lang to contribute if she feels it's appropriate.
Great. I'm just keen. I'm trying to make sure that we include everybody with Councillor Lang.
Thank you.
You should.
Can I come in quickly then, Chair? Is that okay?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. I guess it's a version of what Councillor Creswell has said, insofar as we are really looking to make sure that we get our early intervention right, because if we don't do that, that's when things escalate, and you might end up, well, we know, we have children in care that, had we been able to intervene earlier, that might not have been the path that they had gone on. So that isn't the best for them, and that isn't the best for our budget. And I really do feel that the improvement plan that we're working on with our sector-led improvement partner, Dorset, and the financial plan that we are working on is really looking at how we intervene properly early enough in a child's journey, so that we do not find things escalate and we are having to make statutory interventions where they may not have been necessary if we'd acted. Oh gosh, I hope you can't hear my dog. Somebody's at the door. I think it's really key. Part of what we are trying to do here now is that we get our children the right intervention at the right time. There are always going to be children that need to come into our care. There's no question about that. But we need them to be in the right place at the right time, getting the right help, because that helps our budget. But most importantly, that helps them.
Thank you. David, would you like to provide a response?
Thank you, Chair. So I'm saying it for a third time because it is really critically important, the real focus that I'm having on early intervention and prevention, and working with all of our partners across the city to bring forward a transformation plan for the city that enables us to really put in place and implement that early intervention and prevention work for children and families, because it's absolutely critical. It's best for the children and families that they're able to have their needs met as early on as possible in that space, and it's clearly better for our council resources and our council budgets. We can then use our resources really much more effectively in partnership. And when we're looking at partnership, that is about both partnership action and how we work collectively together with all of our partners within this space. And it's also then about how we start to think about joint use of resources, joint commissioning arrangements, etc., which currently are not very well developed between our partners here. That also needs to be approached in a locality-based and community-centred way. So our model through the transformation programme will be in delivering in multidisciplinary teams within localities within the city, so that we can draw in all of those good things which are already there in relation to family hubs, children's centres, the strong work that's taken place with adults, with community connectors, the work within public health, drawing that together in a coherent way. And, you know, I'm hugely optimistic around early intervention and prevention, because I think there is so much here in Plymouth that needs corralling, and it needs coherence, and it needs join up. But we're in a good place in terms of a good starting place to make that happen. So, you know, I'm really excited and motivated by being able to lead that forward as we go. Secondly, the inclusion agenda is absolutely critical, that more of our children and young people are able to access their education in mainstream school settings, or provision that is related to mainstream school settings, and that they don't need to access that provision in special schools and specialist placements. Some children's needs completely determine that they need a special school place, and they must have the right special school place for them. But many children that do find themselves in special schools would get a better outcome perhaps if they were in a different setting. So that's absolutely critical to the improvement agenda going forward. So is that development within city. So in September of this year, over 50 children went outside of the city because we have not got places for them. So that's being addressed, as you've said, Councillor Creswell, through focused efficiency strategy, which is being developed immediately for September 2024 because of the urgency of that. So I've got to focus on that currently, and as soon as we've got that confirmed, the number of places and where they're going to be, then we'll immediately start the future planning in relation to 25, 26 and beyond. And I certainly want to set out a to 2030 strategy around places within the city, because that is fundamental. So inclusion and sufficiency are the key drivers to high cost placements and to high cost in relation to home to school transport, and we've got to get them right. Just in relation to the social care side, Councillor Lang has referenced having the right people working in the right place with the right skill and capacity. So there does need to be a learning and development programme, training development programme across the service. That has already been scoped and has been started, so that people have got the right skills to do the job that we're asking them to do, and therefore we can demand and expect them to do it really, really well. And there are some gaps currently in relation to some of those skill sets and where people are. We also have ongoing and are going to have a renewed campaign in early January with regards to permanent recruitment. So, you know, that is critical, permanent recruitment at senior levels, to stabilise the service, to bring in that sense of endurance and investment in terms of those people being here and leading that improvement, and then to ensure that we've got as many permanent staff across our whole service area as possible. So recruitment and retention is critical to this. And the final thing I would just re-emphasise is regards to the caseloads, and if we can reduce those caseloads for our social workers to that 18 to 20, then we're really giving them the best chance to do a really good job with the work that they're doing with children and young people. At the moment, we have some experienced social workers who are carrying 25, 26, 27 children on their caseload, and that is too many to do the quality of work that we expect and that we want them to do. So some of the investment proposal that's before you today is in order that we can have the right workload to manage the volume of work which is currently within our system, whilst we recalibrate the system, whilst we introduce the early intervention and strengthen that so that we can start to shift where the children are worked with within our system. So this is, investment to deal with that in a sense and move on from the current position.
I'm very grateful. Are you happy with that, Councillor Stevens? Yeah. Can I invite members, because of the hybrid element, obviously Councillor Lang's portfolio and Councillor Creswell's, if you could indicate who it's for, that would help me greatly with my poor chairing skills. Councillor Nicholson is next.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the introduction. It's remained a challenging area of local government for many, many years. And, I commend the efforts that you're putting into it to trying to cope with the situation. But playing devil's advocate, in terms of keeping children in school, that generally has always been the aspiration, isn't it? That we should deal with those that have got special educational needs in the mainstream school environment. So that hasn't changed really for many, many years. It might be that presumably schools are deciding that they can't cope with the levels of special educational needs from some of their pupils that are effectively bringing them out of the mainstream school system. So whatever we do as a local authority, there's always going to be a risk there, because it isn't wholly down to us. It's presumably down to the educational establishments themselves. So however much we try to influence them, they will make an ultimate decision as whether that individual can be maintained in that school or not. So it brings me on to really our own provision. And we have a redundant school at Dunstan Primary, formerly Dunstan Primary. So just talk us through, obviously you're having this assessment done, which will determine, Councillor Creswell, how many places we need. And that's going to, its findings aren't going to be known until next summer. Is that correct? Sorry, David, it put a timescale just now, and I don't know if it related to that.
Am I? The timeline is several-fold, but we do know the numbers that we are forecasting that will be required over the long term. Sort of the maximum numbers. There is a population shift coming our way with slightly fewer children at primary age now. So while an increasing proportion of them have special needs, the number at primary isn't going up. So there's a sort of bulge coming through a top end of primary at the moment, early secondary. So our need for increased capacity is going to be more at secondary level, and we do know roughly what designations that would be, whether it's SEMH, speech, language and communication, autistic spectrum disorder, etc. So what we're looking at is a sort of hybrid arrangement, and Sally and David have talked about this already in terms of units in mainstream schools, and Councillor Stevens mentioned that as well, where we want as many children as possible to stay in mainstream. Special units in mainstream schools work well in a number of areas. We have 7 of them already. We want to have more. And then we're looking at expanding our special school estate. The majority of our special schools have excellent Ofsted inspections. They do their job well. Some of them are keen to expand, and that can either happen by using additional sites, and we're aware of the Dunstan site, and that is being looked at as part of the plans, and also potentially using some satellite or developing some satellite provision, perhaps on different sites, not too far away from the main site, but possibly using some space that might become available as primary schools. Some of them will need to reduce their planned admission numbers from, say, 60 to 30, so freeing up some space.
So through you, Chair, thank you very much. That gives a direction of travel, but my point would be, can it be quick enough to deal with the pressures currently on the service, and shouldn't some interim measures where we have an empty school, where potentially you've got out-of-city placements, and it's not necessarily, Councillor Creswell, for you to answer now, but to take away in the budget discussions some more immediate interim action to deal with the pressures that are currently on the school budget, given the fact that we own property that could be used. So by all means, answer it now or come back to it in the future. And then I've got one other point, Chair, for me.
Can I just say that perhaps that's, you know, we have this sort of sense of urgency. I mean, what you're saying is that sense of urgency, and it might well be something to take on for this committee to look at and consider. You know, the logistics of actually doing something similar. I mean, doing something. It's always complicated. It's never easy, and it's complex, and it might require. I would have thought you might be looking for additional capital investment or whatever, but that might be something that you would actually consider and take away and explore.
Thank you. Well, I think that's an action, Ross, that we can capture.
Just on that point, Councillor Nicholson, I think it may be more appropriate for Councillor Riley, who chairs the Education and Children Scrutiny, and it may be more suited to that workload. But I think we can deal with it in the mop-up. But I think it's probably more pertinent to your scrutiny on that point. But I'm sorry to cut you off, but there you go.
But I think nevertheless, scrutiny, you can look at it, Councillor Creswell, but I think as the executive, as the cabinet member, equally the authority should be coming forward with some proposals. Obviously, we can influence, Councillor Riley's panel can influence, but I think that, you know, from my long experience of the council and the finances and the pressure that comes from children's services, this is an area, if we don't try and tackle, it will balloon and effectively could blow the council's budget. I'm conscious of time, Chair. Can I just move on to the second point? And that's about home school transport. Certainly, I serve on the Health and Adult Social Care Scrutiny Panel, and the commissioners of healthcare are looking at zoning the city in terms of how domiciliary care is provided in the community. You're talking about optimising routes for home school transport. What else are you looking at in terms of trying to deal with keeping people in sort of journeys within communities rather than crisscrossing the city? But what other avenues are being looked at other than optimised bus routes to try and deal with you know, the ballooning requirement? And clearly, if there's more centralised provision, so if there were hypothetically another establishment created that had a number of places, it would cut down probably the home to school transport budget. But Councillor Creswell, could you give a bit more detail as what other measures you're looking at, please?
Right, the measures, it's over 80% of children who are actually transported homeschool is actually through taxis. So buses are a smaller aspect, and we've had quite a lot of meetings on this, looking at ways to explore, and also interestingly conversations as well with other local authorities. I've been fortunate enough to go away to several of the LGA courses, and this is a problem. This isn't just our problem, everyone's got this problem. So one of the areas we have looked at, in which we have got a saving, an initial saving, and then should be a longer term saving, is looking at young people becoming more independent in terms of travelling, and actually employing 2 additional members who are going to work on things like travel training, focusing initially beyond the over 16s, but travel training then we're thinking of moving that down to younger children as well, so that those young people become more independent. That has a possibility of, it has savings, but it also, on top of that, which I keep stressing is really important, is it actually makes them much more independent. But it isn't that straightforward, because you also have to get parents and carers on board with this, and you know, many of those parents and carers are going to be really quite protective. We have been looking at, the other area we've been looking at is our route planning and optimisation, in which we're running apparently at the moment an outdated software programme, which was based on 2015. So actually re-looking at that and improving then our actual routes and such, which might hopefully cut some of the cost as well. We explored and looked at making sure, another thing we're checking on, is making sure that our policy pre and post 16 to ensure that we're always applying the statutory minimum, that we're not actually applying something which is more than, because ideally it might be nice if we could do that, but the fact is that we have a limited amount of resources. We had several other areas that we looked at. We had a lot of support from Councillor Lowry, who's spoken with us a great deal. I think we've also got some support as well coming from the economic development team as well, who have offered. So cross, you know, we're not staying in silos. We're going across, and we're open to. So we actually are looking for improving the council's buying, commissioning and commercial approach to the procurement of routes. There were some things that we dropped out altogether. We did think about them. One was about the council investing and buying its own fleet, which we haven't progressed that. And the other was actually, and we did explore about volunteer drivers, but we didn't actually progress that because having talked, this was to councillors and such as well, and other experience we've had in Liverpool, that doesn't actually work. But certainly somewhere like Liverpool, for example, has got quite a good history on travel training, very extensive amount of travel training, and also it's quite complicated because many of their young people not only have to travel on buses, but also on trams and trains.
One final point, and I'm glad Councillor Creswell touched on it. I don't know you class it voluntary or not, but the hospital car service essentially is, you know, a relationship between volunteers who do get paid, I understand, and obviously servicing clients. So did your voluntary scheme look at possibly mirroring with suitable safeguards for vetting individuals and trying to get some sort of correlation perhaps with the way the hospital car service system works?
I'll get David to perhaps elaborate on that a bit more. But one of the problems that we had, and certainly one of the problems I discussed and talked with other local authorities, is that the issue is if that is, and those people always have, you know, they have DBSs and all those sorts of things. But if you're relying on a sort of like a voluntary basis, it can perhaps be not quite as reliable and sure, if you like, as if it's someone who is, you know, because it's every morning, isn't it? And that you have to get children to school at a particular time and you have to get them back and such. And that is one of the difficulties if you are relying on volunteers, how well-meaning and how hard and committed they will actually be. It's a big commitment.
Yeah, although I think that's anecdotal, isn't it? Because I've never, ever had anybody complain to me about a hospital car never turning up. And I don't know how many other members have ever had that experience. I would just suggest that all avenues need to be looked at, Chair. And I think more evidence needs to be provided as to what alternatives are being considered as an action point. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tippett.
Thank you, Chair. And my question is for Councillor Lang. I know that in Education, Children, Social Care, ONS, we've seen with the budget pressures, particularly around staff retention throughout the last few years, and that there's been a high loss rate of staff, struggling at the moment to remember the correct term. So how is the picture looking at the moment in terms of staff retention, and also to couple that with, I know that particularly around personal advisors, there's been an increase in staffing at the moment. What positive impact has that had in terms of helping improve staffing stability within the service and therefore then the budget as well? Thank you.
Can I come in, Chair?
Please do. The question was.
Yeah. Well, I think what's really important about this plan in terms of staff recruitment and retention is the absolute pledge that caseloads will go down. If you're looking to, you know, our workforce is, we have a lot of newly qualified or early years social workers. In the more experienced end, that's where we need to do some more recruitment. So if you're looking for a job in that area of work, you're going to be looking, find out, obviously people talk to each other, and look at what the offer is. And what we're hoping is with this plan that Councillor Creswell sort of referred to it as well, as we're not working in silos now. So the issue of children's social care and where we are in terms of improvement is a whole council responsibility now. So if you were looking at Plymouth City Council, you'd say, okay, this is a council that's really determined to do the improvement work it needs to do. This is a council that's really determined to bring caseloads down, so that it means I can do good, meaningful social work. I can do quality work. Within the the hours that I've got, and it's always going to be a stressful job. I'm not underestimating that, but caseloads are really crucial, and so I think that is one of the really key things, that if you're looking at us from outside, you can see how seriously we're taking this. We have got a managed team in at the moment, which is not where we want to be, because again, that is something that slightly can destabilize a workforce. We've now got a permanent DCS. We didn't have that. That's a really important step for us. So I think all the indicators that we've got are showing A, how seriously we're taking this, B, how we are really wanting Plymouth to be a brilliant place to be a social worker, because we're taking your work-life balance really seriously, we're taking caseload numbers really seriously, we're taking our improvement work really seriously, and we want the best people to be here to help us on this journey. And I know in the HROD space there's real work going on around, and not just for children's social care either, just really looking at how we promote all the brilliant things that Plymouth has, as us as an employer of choice. Personal advisors, that was something that young people told us. They told us we haven't got enough personal advisors, and so numbers increased there. So I imagine if you ask them now, they would still say, we could do with more. But as David said, in the new year we're starting this recruitment, quite serious recruitment for some really experienced people that we're really hoping will come to Plymouth, because they can see we're on a trajectory. We're in a I know this is budget scrutiny, but our improvement plan absolutely runs hand in hand with the real hard look we've had at the budget. And as Councillor Nicholson said, there's lots of this stuff. Of course, I've heard it all before as well. We're doing this, we're doing that. But I do have to say, hand on heart, to me, it feels like there is a grip on this in children's social care that I haven't felt before. And in fact, even naming and saying publicly, we want caseloads to be down to 20. We haven't done that before. We haven't named it publicly. So that's our accountable number. That's what we can be challenged on. So I'm not underestimating the amount of work to do, but actually a lot of work has been done already to identify and be realistic, and not say there's going to be savings in the budget, because we haven't achieved them. We haven't fixed what we need to fix. Be realistic about what this is going to cost us, but be clear about the quid pro quo for that, which is that we'll get the right people in the right place, but quality of work has to improve, and it has to be part of our improvement journey of getting us where we need to be, especially over the next 3 years.
Thank you. Councillor Carlisle?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to formally congratulate David in your position as permanent, and also formally here, I'd also like to pass on my thanks to all of the team who's been working through very challenging situations recently, which kind of leads me on to the delivery of the incredibly vital SEND improvement plan. And then obviously here today we are talking about budgets. So how are we looking at, how's the SEND improvement plan, which, as I say, is vital, it needs to be sort of addressed straight away. How's it going to impact next year's budget? And then maybe, I don't know if you've got a forecast for the next sort of 3 to 5 years, or potentially how it will affect that.
I don't have a forecast for the next 3 to 5 years, but I think you actually raise a really important question there. I would have to say one of the one of the real positives about the way that this council has approached the issue of SEND, and we're in a, you know, we're in a difficult place. But one of the positives that has come out from the DFE is the fact that we had our last SEND improvement board, and it was remarked about how much commitment there was and how much political commitment there was and how much political commitment there was right across the board. So it was right across, you know, you had the leader of the opposition there, the leader of the council, deputy leader of the council, myself. You know, you've been very prominent in Plymouth Education Board, so there has been a real commitment, and very interestingly, it's thinking of senior officers who aren't normally associated with children's services and SEND are actually saying, well, SEND and children's services, this is everyone's business. This matters to all of us. It's all of our business, which is really, really important, and I think is a real testament to how we've worked, you know, as far as scrutiny and such is concerned. We've really given it a really high profile, and perhaps that's one of the things that that the committee and recommendations or things for scrutiny or whatever could perhaps make as far as our SEND improvement is actually concerned, because there are issues, there are budget issues, there are opportunities here of some of our excellent special schools who are really keen to, for example, work with our mainstream schools, but that does require them, you know, there's a certain amount of finance involved in that. We need to perhaps be able to speed up our EHCPs and all of those things. There are quite a few, and although we're actually managing to address some key things, like I said, the graduated approach to special educational needs, and we've got that, but we've got these different working groups, and so actually perhaps an allocation of additional funds might be something that could be part of recommendation and such coming forward, that would be, you know, would help with that improvement journey that we're on, that we've all very much signed up to, because I can see we're fortunate that we've got David here now permanently, and I think we've got a huge team and a huge commitment going right across the council to move forward.
Picking up on a couple of things, I think we mustn't underestimate the good practice that we have got in the city, and we must, as part of the SEND improvement plan, find ways of sharing that and making sure that that practice is everybody's practice going forward, and start working with our schools from that positive place. We know through our performance data, and we've got a lot of performance data on school performance, we know and are targeting where we need to in relation to those multi-academy trusts and schools where the indicators around special educational needs are the weakest, and where we need to both challenge and support those trusts and individual schools to address some of those issues. In terms of doing that within the plan, I'll just give, you know, a couple of examples. All of the multi-academy trusts are involved in something called place-based working, and they've all agreed to 8 priorities that will address some of these key, fundamental and long-standing issues in Plymouth, and they've got that corporate commitment to move that forward collectively. So that's very positive that those 8 priorities are on the table. They've all got clear actions and timelines against them, and they'll be delivered urgently and quickly, so that we can start to see some difference being made in this area. And the second comes back to the whole inclusive agenda, because this is all about driving that inclusion. The final thing I would say is that we absolutely have to sort out the issues around assessments being done in time, and education, health and care plans being reviewed within statutory timescales and being of good quality. And at the moment, we are in a very weak and poor position. Now, I raise this because that's then driving a lack of parental confidence and trust within the system, because parents are not seeing those assessments or those education, health and care plans being addressed in the way that we would expect them to be addressed. And therefore, that drives complaints, it drives tribunals, it drives people feeling that they've got to go to the ombudsman, for example. So we've got to crack into and break this cycle that we're in relation to all of that work. And that is another critical aspect of that SEND improvement plan and our action plan, because unless we do that, we are not going to bring about the improvements that we need to bring about. And, you know, we must demonstrate to parents and the community of the city that we are determined to bring about these improvements and start to see change, and start to see change quickly. And that, again, is another fundamental, you know, again, root cause, if you like, issue. So what 3 root causes, you know, inclusion, critical, sufficiency in city, critical, this work that we're responsible for around assessments and education, health and care plans, critical to addressing some of these issues that will then have an impact on the budget.
If I may, before we move on to the next question, because as has been said, we're here about budget scrutiny, so I think you've been very helpful, Councillor Creswell, as Cabinet Member for this portfolio, to talk about recommendations that this scrutiny panel can make. You made the point about further allocation of funds. I'd be interested, as a Cabinet Member, what you think that funds, what they look like. How much funds, is it just for SEND or other areas within your portfolio that you are responsible for as a Cabinet Member? Because to make a recommendation that we need further allocations of funds, it would help us greatly if you could indicate what that might look like and what it's for.
Can I give a bit of detail on what it might be for, in the sense that our number of EHCPs coming through has gone up by over 30%. So to sort of right size the staffing of that team would indicate some increase. And I'll hand over to Councillor Cresswell, who's got the...
I have a figure here, which is a figure of about 400,000. So that's the a sort of one-off injection, which is a figure that's in my head. Not that I've just sprung it out of my head, but it's a figure in terms of looking at that the role for the head of SEND and that one-off injection of money that would be able to deal with some of those problems that have been raised, because we also have to raise confidence with our parents as well, and it's very expensive going to appeal and the ombudsman and all of those sorts of things. So that's the figure I have actually in my head. I don't know how that fits with both Annie and also Dave.
Should I say in relation to that? So the current position is that we're reviewing the arrangements for the work within the EHCP and assessment team, and you know, as far as possible, clearly in relation to the budget position, we need to manage our improvement within the budget envelope that we've got. So you know, that will be my starting point and where I want to go with that. But that team is currently under review, as Annie has said, and we will be ensuring again it's back to having the right capacity and the right skills in the right place to do the work.
I'm grateful for some clarification, but what we are doing is trying to scrutinise next year's draft budget, and we want to be confident that there's sufficient funds within the envelope for you to deliver what's set out in our reports. So members have studied that, and we want to be confident that the draft budget, setting aside some assumptions, will be sufficient in terms of resource for you to achieve what you're trying to achieve in terms of the level of service. So we might come back to that additional allocation of funds and when we deal with more financial questions as this committee session continues. It's questions that we've been asking Councillor Lowry, who assures us that he's content with the budgetary position. So it's interesting to hear that there would be a further ask of fund, but I note that, and we might come to that in allocation, our recommendations.
I think just to note that is fine.
I'm grateful. Thank you. Councillor Rainsford.
Thank you, Chair. I was pleased to hear in Councillor Creswell's response to Councillor Nicholson talk about introduction of new route planning IT for the homeschool transport, because I'm absolutely convinced there are inefficiencies there which, with a bit of application, can be, and duplication going on actually, just looking at the visits that the buses that turn up in my street. So I won't pursue that one. I've got a question therefore for Councillor Lang, which is about care leavers and their housing. So it might cut across a different part of the council, but I couldn't see anything in the paperwork, and I might just have missed it. Is there any budget set aside to help care leavers into housing in the first instance, working alongside perhaps social housing provider partners?
Well, it's interesting you should say that because it's a discussion that Councillor Riley and I have been having, and we are hoping to have a meeting with a social care provider in the city to talk about perhaps ring fencing some care leaver accommodation. We opened our own care leaver accommodation a couple of months ago, and that provides, I can't remember off the top of my head, David can tell you how many units it is probably, but we've got some 16 to 18 units. They're flats, they're lovely flats, and then some 18 to 25 care leaver accommodation. And I have to say it's very high quality, and we were discussing this morning the corporate parenting agenda, and we're hoping that some of the young people will come and talk to the corporate parenting board about their experience of living there and what it means to them. And of course that does have budgetary implications we can control. We don't manage, if that's the right word. We have providers in who give the young people there the support that they need, but it gives us control because we know who's in there, and we can decide if we think it's right for another care leaver to come in, and it just gives us some really good control, and is part of a wider issue that I'm hoping that David will explore in terms of having some of our own accommodation. Lots of local authorities of different colours are beginning to look at how they can provide some of their own residential accommodation so that they are not reliant on the private sector for that, because again it gives us control. Sometimes it will save us money in terms of how much it costs, sometimes it won't, but the control issue is the really important thing, because we can manage who goes in there, and if there's a blip, we can make sure that we manage that, and that the young person doesn't have to move, because then that definitely has budgetary implications. So I don't know if David wants to add anything around care leavers, but certainly it's accommodation is obviously clearly a really, really big issue, because we all know, whether you're a care leaver or not, actually in the city at the moment, rental accommodation is very hard to come by. You need guarantors. All those things cause issues which are absolutely magnified for when you're a care leaver.
David, did you wish to add anything, or is Councillor Lang?
Can I just invite Nigella, who manages the service, if you wanted to add anything?
Just to build on what Councillor Lang said in terms of Maryvale, it's proven very successful thus far, and certainly something we would like to explore is the scope for more examples of that. The feedback from young people who have already been in Maryvale has been tremendous, actually. So it's great to see that has an impact, and it is something that is a bit different from the norm for our care leavers and goes beyond what we would normally say would be our statutory duties in terms of funding accommodation beyond the end of 18. PAs were mentioned earlier on in terms of supporting our care leavers, in terms of personal advisors. They really are key here to get alongside young people. In terms of the quality of work, and the work that we're doing at the moment is really, you can't start early enough in terms of preparing young people to move into independence, and we're making sure we're doing that much earlier now, and avoiding that situation where young people are fast approaching 18, and that's the first time we're talking about identifying the next step for them. So our practice will help us improve, as well as how we then get them onto the housing market.
So if I'm understanding, there are no additional, at the moment, budget pressures on that area of work for you. They are often cost neutral in a sense, if they're cheaper than printing in the private sector. But there does seem to be, or maybe I don't know whether this is appropriate for a recommendation, to ask Councillor Lang and perhaps the appropriate scrutiny board to look at whether or not this programme should be expanded.
I think that's sensible, and that's been captured in terms of a recommendation. I'm grateful. Thank you. Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Chair. My question is regarding, it's focused towards Councillor Creswell and potentially David Haley. I'm thinking about what we said about having localised provision. Obviously, in the capital expenditure, we've got some provision for some capital spending in our schools, but has it been budgeted in for schools to be able to increase their provision? I appreciate that in some situations we're looking at a reduction in numbers, but in the primary age, we're talking about a bulge in the secondary age. Has the provision been budgeted for with those secondary schools? Particularly, obviously, we have a lot of maths. Are they on board with that, or are we going to be as a council needing to be looking to provide additional money for them to provide additional resources, accommodation, resources, staff-wise, as well as obviously from a capital point of view, having space to accommodate young people more locally.
Perhaps if I start off and then Councillor Cresswell will add, and I should probably go back to the point earlier about the SEND sufficiency and say that we expect some additional capacity to come on stream in September 24. In order to do that, we can't have significant building going into that. Significant building takes a long time, so that would be repurposing some existing classrooms or space at not too much expense. I think the development of special units within a mainstream school would perhaps take longer if there is a building to put up, or porter cabins to put in, or something to be reshaped, and that might come on stream for September 25. Again, not at hugely significant cost. The bigger cost is a whole new school or a whole new building for sure, and that is something that we would expect to have a sort of 3-year lead-in time to. But the sooner we make the decisions about that, the sooner the provision can come on stream. The latter of those would require, significant capital. We do have a ring-fenced grant, which is around 12 million, which can be used for those purposes. That might be sufficient for those first two categories, but would not be sufficient for a whole new school. That will come through as part of a more detailed proposal for any significant spend in 2024. And perhaps I should also just say, you mentioned the cost of teachers. I think that would come through the revenue and that allocation of banding for children who have special educational needs, the top-up funding. So I don't think the revenue cost to a school is a barrier. Occasionally there do have to be some set-up costs as numbers get going. Yeah.
I will just add a little bit to that, because I get one of the things you're actually saying is about sort of capacity with our secondary schools as well. And I know that the year we've just been through, we had a record for us in Plymouth, a record number of appeals, didn't we, in terms of allocation for secondary school, which is was very unusual for Plymouth. But the impression I get is that we've been working really hard to make sure, and some of our secondary schools in maths or whatever have been working very hard to actually have additional provisions. So hopefully there won't be the same number of appeals going through. I think our forward planning on this is better this year, and there won't be the same number of appeals going through. I think the issue that you raise about teachers is something that some schools, I've been going into a lot of schools, building up our relationships, or building on the work that Charlotte did before and such, and one of the concerns that some schools are expressing is in terms of actual teachers applying, looking at posts, and not in a position where no one's applying, but in the past, that they might have had like 10, 15, 20 applicants or whatever. They have far fewer, just a couple of applicants, and that is an issue. That is an area of concern. Teaching. The university is no longer actually offering places for teaching and postgraduate teaching, and I've been in lots of conversations with the new Vice Chancellor of Marjon, who is very well aware of this, because Marjon is now a main supplier, not just for Plymouth, but far southwest and such. And so that's something we've been talking about, and also talking about a lot more in the way of those partnerships with us as well, with Marjon, because we see them as being key in terms of as far as actual teacher capacity, and also thinking as well in terms of not just teachers, but also classroom assistants, and also early years specialists as well.
Just add to it, and I'm taking it also, I totally get what you're saying with that, and it's across the board, and we also need to remember that actually if we're looking at inclusion, it's not just teachers that teach across the board, we're looking at teachers that have got SEND experience, rather than...
I will just add to that one. You are absolutely right, is that teachers who actually there is the SEND qualification. But I think what's really important in terms of inclusion and such is that all teachers in mainstream schools should see themselves as being able to include those children in their classroom and be teachers of SEND. That's really, really, really important.
And this is back to the thing about the planning and the capital programme. If we're looking at, say, 2025 onwards in terms of the plan, 3 years to build, if we do need to build, if money is available, we talked before about partnership working and making sure it's a whole council approach. So have we got on board the planning department, etc., etc.? Because obviously what you don't want is any delays on things it's looking ahead. Because again, budgets wise, things cost money the longer it goes on.
We do have a steering group from across the council, including planning, involved with that. Yes, thank you.
I'm grateful. Councillor Bingley, please.
Thanks, Chair. I did just very briefly want to widen it beyond SEND and some of the specialist stuff, and just apply this question to every pupil within Plymouth. I firstly appreciate that we've worked very sort of strongly cross-party on this in this city. So some of the challenging data we're getting is certainly, it's a mystery for all of us for many, many years. But one of the sort of compelling pieces of data is that we underperform as a city in terms of Ofsted ratings for schools. So I think I'm right in saying it's around 60% are good or outstanding, and the rest are not, or it might be the other way around, but that's not the point. Just within this budget, how do we? I know we're not in direct control of the scores. It's the maths, at the academies, but it is a major concern, particularly to parents and people thinking of investing or coming to move to Plymouth. So if we're driving up sort of higher value jobs, then the question for a lot of people moving down here would be, well, where are the good schools then? They would be alarmed by the data around good and excellent schools. So what is there a plan within this budget to drive up or to support the academies to get better Ofsted ratings for this city? If there is, great. Where is it in here? Or if there is not, what is the plan? And could there be one, or could we sort of see it specified within the documentation? Thanks, Jim.
And perhaps I come in on that, and I'm pleased to say that the outcomes are higher than that. I will
Yes,
perhaps
I've got
check.
them.
I think that we're now towards
got them
70.
here.
Thank you very much.
So,
So we're at
yeah.
84% of pupils are attending a good or better school. It's slightly higher at primary than it is at secondary, but we've had significant progress in the last year with the Ofsted inspections coming through, all being good or better. And we've recently seen 2 outstanding primary inspections, which just are a joy to read and hear about and to visit those schools, the good ones as well. But I think it's a definitely improving picture. The strategy has been to support our maintained schools strongly. Our local authority maintains schools via our school improvement team, and the cost of their salaries are in here. But it's also working closely with the place-based working group, which includes the MAT CEOs, to work with them while really letting them take the lead. That is their role, to provide that school improvement for academies, for schools in their multi-academy trust. But we do pick up where there has been underperformance and have discussions. While it still remains the MAT responsibility, we absolutely have influence and sort of call-in powers, I think, to speak with them.
I'll just take up on that, and as said, I have the figures here, that pupils attending a school judged as good or better by Ofsted has now gone up to 84.4%. But also, I think what's really important that you have raised, which is something, is that we as an authority, we are responsible for all the children, not just the children who are in our own maintained schools, but for all the children and young people, whatever school they happen to be in within the local authority. And I think one of the positives about the SEND inspection is that there were pockets, there were aspects of good practice and good things happening. And I think we've actually used an opportunity here as well to do a lot more in the way of partnership working, and actually not take the attitude of, well, they are the multi-academy trust, they're no longer our schools. We have to take the attitude very much, these are all our children, and so therefore we need to work in partnership with all of our multi-academy trusts. And I think there's been a real feeling about working on those very issues. It's come through because of the SEND inspection. And one of the things I've been doing and working really hard on is going into as many schools as I can, whether they are multi-academy trust schools or whether they are our schools, and talking to head teachers and asking them, you know, what's their ask of us, what do they actually want to see happening. And we do have big issues about aspiration. It's really important that we have some partnerships with, I go back again to Marjon, particularly looking perhaps at the north of the city and aspirations. It's wider things. I know that Councillor Lang has been doing in her other capacity, working on issues related to 10 by 10 in order to give young people like wider cultural experiences. And I think it's by us working together in partnership that we can make sure that we have the best possible outcomes for our children and young people, because that's also key to our economy as well.
It kind of answers my question. I think just to be sort of really clear. I mean, firstly, it does appear that the direction of travel is good, because I think one of our concerns, sort of scrolling back a couple of years, Jemima was chairing the committee back then, Education Committee, was that there wasn't this integration between the council and the MATs, that there simply wasn't a relationship in many times and places, and people hadn't been visited. So that sort of mutual work is good. I just want to be really clear. The data I used was around schools or institutions, and I think I was right, sort of about 2022, it's like 59% were good or outstanding. You said pupils are 84%. So just as long as when we're picking up on the notes, Chair, that I think if we can establish how many institutions, because we've got 98 schools, right, in the city, so the data sets match. But it's a wonderful news, without doubt, that we're in the right direction, and that's thanks partly to the new team. So well done.
I'm grateful. If it's brief, thank you. I'm trying to get through.
Yeah, I won't be long. Just quickly in relation to, so back to the budget focus question. So there is no, the budget for the support to school improvement and challenge to schools remains the same, and we have to work within that budget because we have to ensure that we adopt the policy that Councillor Creswell has said, which is providing that high challenge and high support, and really be working with the multi-academy trusts and the academies in a different way. So, you know, probably for another time about what I mean by that, and happy to bring that to next scrutiny board. But, you know, there is something about our relationship and how we get that balance set in the right place. There's also, in terms of the foundations for the future, about having a much stronger system-led approach in Plymouth, because the strongest systems of educational improvement are where the system leaders and the schools are governing and holding each other to account and are really managing that themselves in partnership with the local authority, but they are the driving force. So we've got, you know, quite a bit of work to do in that space to get us to where we need to be.
At the risk of being accused of stymieing debate and good discussion, because this is all great, Councillor Riley, you are the chair. You of your scrutiny panel. You deal with a lot of this. It's important that we do focus on the budgetary pressures. I have a number of speakers to get through, so I would be grateful if responses. We're overrunning already, so I'd be grateful if we could keep the responses brief and direct to the question. Equally, the questions direct, as opposed to too many speeches. Councillor Nicholson is next.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very short question. Sorry to go back a bit on home to school transport. So, Sally, you talked about potentially training youngsters to obviously be self-sufficient. Can you, if you can now, can you please supply us with an indication within the budget of what the value is of the budget for training staff to be able to undertake that task? If you don't know now, don't worry. And also, would it be the intention then for certainly those with ADHD and autism also to be taught to be more independent? You know, clearly there's some special needs that are more adaptable, I suppose, than others. So perhaps a bit more clarity about the type of conditions that would lend themselves to them having greater independence. But clearly on the budget, just the budgetary allocation for training staff, please. Thank you.
Louise, have you got the figures?
Yeah, just on the travel trainers, the net savings are expected to generate 26,000 per additional travel trainer. So that takes account of all of their salary and the on costs. But looking at the estimated amount of children who will become independent, it's 26k. So we've included 2 lots of 26k in the budget for next year.
Yeah, through you. Thank you very much, Louise.
Thank you. Councillor Riley.
Thank you. I've been slowly crossing off my questions. I've only got 2 left, if that's okay. The first one, I think, is to Nigel and maybe Jemima. Are there any plans to make in-house fostering more desirable, to kind of to reduce the independent foster agency costs?
Yes. So there's a number of initiatives, and there's been some good ideas come forward. But what we were keen to do is we look at all of those ideas in the round and talk to our foster carers about that. You will see in the budget we have put an uplift in terms of the remuneration for our foster carers, but we also know that's not the entire thing that will attract foster carers to come to be with us. So we are looking at what that might mean in terms of training and support as well. Councillor Lang mentioned a fostering summit. We're just waiting to hear back from the fostering network whether they can chair that for us. Hopefully that'll be in January. If they can't do it in January, we're going to go ahead anyway, because actually we don't want to delay on that. But that'll be a group of officers, counsellors, foster carers coming together to look at what the art of the possible is. But we have already put into the budget some uplift next year in readiness for the outcome of that summit.
May I come in briefly, Chair?
Of course.
Yeah, yes, it's an enormous yes to that. And actually, in addition to what Nigel said, we're really looking at what we as a council can offer that actually the independent fostering agencies can't. What we have some real USPs, and we've talked about it in meetings, and we've said to managers in the service, you know, don't rule anything out. Come up with the most, you know, out there thing you can think of that you know would encourage foster carers to choose us as opposed to independent fostering agencies, and that work is going on. And as Nigel says, we really want to have a summit if we can, including foster carers, so they can tell us directly. But if that can't happen in a timely way, that's not going to delay us sorting out a package, which I think I was quoted in something saying, you know, makes it irresistible. Actually, it's really important that we have an uplift in allowances, and the budget has already made allowance for that. But we really need to think about things that actually are in the council's gift that aren't in anybody else's gift, to make our package that we offer foster carers unique and enticing, because there are budgetary reasons for that, absolutely, but also it means that if we have more Plymouth foster carers, we can keep more of our children in Plymouth, which is going to be quite often much better for them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, we discussed that at full council not so long ago about a suite of benefits which would save the council money in the long run. Thank you so much. I have 4 speakers left, you'll be pleased to hear. Councillor Blight first.
Thank you, Chair. My question is around the homeschool transport paper that you provided to us before this session, because my concern is that it isn't just about the cost of transporting children across the city to school. Councillor Creswell, you and I attended a meeting at Eggbuckland Primary School, Eggbuckland Vale Primary School recently, and we know that there's excellent provision for deaf and partially hearing children in the city, and that people come from across the city and Cornwall and other places, West Devon, to go to Eggbuckland Vale and do incredibly well there. What we heard at that meeting was that the Multi-Academy Trust is looking at calling time on the extra resources that they pay in order to provide that provision. And parents are not necessarily wanting their children to go on to Eggbuckland Community School or any other inclusive secondary school within the city, but actually Exmouth School, which means that a reported cost of £50,000 in taxis a year for those children, travelling an hour and a half each way. It's clearly a crazy situation that we're currently in. So my question is, in terms of long-term future planning for deaf and partially hearing children in this part of the southwest, what work is being done to help provide speech and language therapists, of which there is a dire representation in the city, and that's nationally as well, and also teachers of the deaf, so that more parents are confident that their children can cope in a mainstream setting in secondary school, and also the provision that is excellent at Eggbuckland Vale isn't threatened by the fact that the Multi-Academy Trust starts to pull funding.
We've been in close discussions with Eggbuckland Vale Primary and the trust in which it sits about having a sustainable service level agreement going forward that enables them to absolutely maintain and sustain that provision. So in fact, I know there's a meeting this week, so I think that they should feel secure and confident about the provision at Eggbuckland Vale Primary. It certainly is the case that they have had children with more complex needs coming through recently, and that has put pressure on the system. So children often needing, for instance, medical attention as well as trained teachers of the deaf. I can't remember the exact details, but I do believe there is an increase in the number of teachers of the deaf, a proportion of time that teachers of the deaf will spend there. There has been an issue about the transition into secondary, because the model at secondary is different. It's much more integrated into the mainstream provision rather than a separate unit. So some of the children who manage very well and are taught very well in the primary provision, it's not specialist enough at secondary. So we are looking at that as part of the sense efficiency to make sure that within each particular sort of need, including children with hearing impairment, there is good transition, or it is known well to parents what the options are at secondary level.
Could I just add a couple of things there? I happened to be in Eggbuckland Secondary School yesterday with the head, and also met the SEDCO, and I asked that issue about that transition from prime, because they're in different multi-academy trusts, and I asked that very issue, and interestingly enough, the response is that it's not children coming through who are deaf that is the issue for Eggbuckland Secondary. It would be youngsters coming through who have very complex needs, because the school is actually quite, and it's been a long-term relationship between Eggbuckland Primary, Eggbuckland Vale and Eggbuckland Secondary for a long time, in which there has been the deaf unit in the primary school and going through into the secondary school. And the issue is children going into Eggbuckland Vale Primary with much more complex needs, not just in fact hearing impairment. And in Eggbuckland Secondary School, because they've all had them on, they've all got these special pads, of course, that they wear. Every teacher does it within Eggbuckland Secondary, so that they are able to communicate very effectively with children who might be in the class who are deaf. They have been making, because I talked about this with the head, they are able to make some considerations and such for children who have more complex needs and such, but certainly they still feel that they are able to cater effectively for those deaf children who have been coming through from Eggbuckland Vale Primary.
I think what's really comforting is Councillor Riley, in her capacity as chair, is present, so she's picking up a lot of these conversations. And this is very much part of the scrutiny programme, I'm sure, for your scrutiny committee. Notwithstanding the importance of that, it's from a budgetary perspective that I'm keen that members get the opportunity to discuss with the cabinet members and the officers. On my list next, which seemed to got bigger last time I looked at it when I said there was only 4. Yeah, I've got Councillor Tippett's, and then I'm acutely aware that we have run over considerably. So yes, but we've gone over the hour allocated. We started at 20 past the hour, so do the math. Councillor Tippett's.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question is for Councillor Creswell, following on from part of your response to Councillor Bingley's question. We know at the moment in the city that there are skills shortages in certain areas, which could cause increased constraints on the budget as the years go on. So I was wondering what sort of interventions, whether we could get some more detail on the sorts of interventions that you're taking as cabinet member now to make sure that we're addressing these gaps.
It's probably helpful here. I didn't realise that was coming up, so I'm involved in running a skills academy, not in Plymouth, but I would declare a private pecuniary interest. Thanks. Shall I leave the room, or you? No, okay. Just okay.
Thank you. Our area, as far as our skills for Plymouth, has been an area of great success, and great success in terms of the fact that their sources of funding come from things like the DWP, etc., and also a lot of funding and working with clients, in fact, in construction and the built environment and tourism. And the Sector Skills Partnership has been very successful in that it'll improve the attraction, recruitment and retention of key sectors. External funding has recently been secured for health and care, submitted for construction and built environment, with plans for future funding to support manufacturing, logistics, hospitality, tourism and retail. Building Plymouth has also grown corporate sponsorship from 15 to 55 projects sponsored over the past 6 years, and there's a really strong team there. And a very keen team in terms on building skills that we need to have, because we need to have those high level skills. But I'm just going to do a bit of a plug for Unlocking Plymouth's Potential, which was launched at the Skills Summit a couple of weeks ago, and that's one of our real real success stories and a really enthusiastic team, very much tied up to the economy and long-term generating income and economic activity for the city.
Grateful. Councillor Poyser, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep it brief. Unfortunately, I was unable to join the first part of the meeting, so this question may have been asked already, so please do let me know. It's just in relation to our schools' estates. Obviously, we've had rising in costs of energy over the last year or so, that those costs are coming down. I was just wondering whether some of those, and this is local authority controlled schools as well, whether the budget takes into account those reducing costs. Also, what investment are we making in our schools' estates to decarbonise, making use of savings funding, public sector decarbonisation schemes. Obviously, the more money we can save on fuel bills, we can put back into high quality education. So I just wondered what we were doing in this budget and next year's budget for that matter.
Thank you very much. Energy costs for schools do come out of the schools' budgets, and while the national settlement made some allowance for increased energy costs, schools do have to be very careful about their budgets. All our maintained schools, with one exception, are within budget. They have balanced budgets, and we expect that to continue. Louise and team support the schools very well in enabling them to do that. We have one school that had a small deficit that is being paid back, that had a deficit budget. There is also some capital that is set aside each year for maintenance of our maintained schools, and that is allocated carefully to make sure that they can be well maintained. Indeed, College Road is having 2 new porta cabins this year to replace some classrooms that were suffering. In terms of decarbonising, we are firmly part of the Council's net zero initiatives. We've had meetings recently about those initiatives and how they play out in schools, and we are absolutely encouraging, through one of my colleagues, networking work with the schools, that work on what can be done within the budgets, investment budgets, to save energy in schools and to educate the children.
I think it would be useful if that question is also introduced in the afternoon session tomorrow with Councillor Browsdells, because I think that's a really interesting point. Grateful. Thank you. Next on my list is Councillor Stevens.
Just a quickie, I asked it this morning, but I can't remember the answer. Is the criteria, or are the criteria for homeschool transport able to be amended? Are they national, strictly set out criteria? There's no flexibility for Plymouth to look at some of those?
They are national. They are national criteria, and I was away at a conference with David Haley, in fact, and one of the issues was raised was about homeschool transport, and it seems that actually some of that was put in place considerable number of years ago, and it is a national. We are working at what's national standards, and probably was put in effect before there was some of the changes that have happened. And it probably an area that probably needs to be looked at again, but that's not for us to do. That needs to be done and looked at on a national criteria.
Yeah, and it could be a recommendation of this committee, as we're considering many recommendations in terms of lobbying. That could be one such thing. I am very pleased to say that despite overrunning, it's not my fault, but we've got to the end of our questions. Thank you very much for your attendance. Councillor Lang, thank you very much for dialing in with the cat as well. It didn't go unnoticed.
Sorry about the cat.
But thank you very much. You are free to go. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Just hold back for a moment and then we'll draw matters to conclusion.
I only just wanted to give that figure for the number of schools that are good or outstanding. It's 83.7% now across 83.7% across Plymouth.